offered help in case he was having trouble setting it up. He declined politely. Yesterday, he posted a video. So let's now watch that video and discuss. So here is the
Welcome to the stream. Luckily today I get to congratulate Wolfie620 for being the first person in the group of creators that they hang around who actually is calling out Rhetoric, FTFE, and Sean Hufford for their fraudulent, misappropriated, and straight out theft for fundraisers. That can't be true. Hold on. No. He just said, I just heard him say this. Let's just show everybody. A flat earther raised money to purchase a drone. Months later, he had not shown any footage of it. When I offered help, he declined. Is there another one there? He was receiving criticism, and then blah, blah, blah. So I don't know what you're talking about, Busy, but he's definitely calling out Sean Hufford for buying a $3,000 drone through a GoFundMe campaign and then only showing footage of it one time for a slight little bit and then it disappearing forever afterwards. There's no way that could mean it's not like a flatty did the same thing Sean did. One second, please. Turn off my mic. Is my mic off? Promise. Are you telling me that Sean Hufford and that flat earther both did the exact same con, but nobody in their community called out Sean Hufford? They just made videos about the flat earther. You are not. Damn it, Busy. If you're lying to me, I'm going to fire you. This is your last chance, Buster. Turn my mic back on. Good. Okay, it looks like Busy's correct. It looks like this is Wolfie620, a person who just appeared on Fight the Flat Earth's channel a couple days ago, yesterday. He has 69,000 subscribers. He's a member of their community. This is a video done July 9th of 2020, so not that long ago. And he's calling out a flat earther for something that one of his community members did too, exactly the same. Oh boy. Could this mean, this poses a question. The actions like this from this community pose a question to me and other people. Could this mean that they are actively ignoring the people in their community that do the same things and worse things than the people that they constantly call out, due to the fact that they know that it could have an effect on their money, it could have an effect on their viewership, because of it being a long-term community where they've really ingrained people into it? Are they worried that there would be a period of cognitive dissonance where people would stop donating and stop supporting them if they did call out the people in their own community for doing things worse than this, stealing more money than this, running fraudulent fundraisers like this? You see, it's not that these people don't call out people for this kind of stuff. There's no excuse. There's no reasoning why, if you are doing videos to call out the flatty for buying a drone that is, didn't he just say $3,000? Or maybe he said $5,000? Just in case you didn't know, Rhetoric, Sean Hufford, Fight the Flat Earth, they're running their constant fundraisers. One of the fundraisers that these guys run together involved them getting a $3,000 drone for Sean Hufford so that he could use it in his YouTube videos. But they only saw drone footage once, right after the fundraiser, and then never ever saw it again. So every criticism that Wolfie gives toward this flatty is valid toward Sean too. And it never is brought up. It's never discussed. The rules are applied to the flatty, but the debunker is allowed to do whatever they want. Or worse, without criticism. This is why their community is doomed. It's why it's damned. It's why, without me coming in to show the hypocrisy that's there and hopefully wake up good, honest creators like Wolfie620, who is a pilot, someone who has a genuine interest in doing this science and fighting against science denial and the miseducation and the lies and the straw manning and all these things. He doesn't have time to go out there due to his job being a pilot and his life and look at the people that are next to him. He only has time to look at the flatties. It's not an unlimited thing. He doesn't rely on YouTube to make money. Tonight, though, I'm going to show you that Red's Rhetoric, Fight the Flat Earth, and the rest of them involved in this fundraiser scam that I've shown you ultimate proof of, and I'm going to show the ultimate proof of it in just a moment, too, so that it's all nice and up here and ready to go in the front of the stream, that they are worse or the same as the flatties. I'm going to prove to you that Fight the Flat Earth is just a troll who tried to be a gamer and failed. Couldn't get any views, couldn't make any money doing it. So after a while, he noticed the trend of the flat earth and completely rebranded himself. Nothing wrong with that. People do that sometimes. They rebrand, they try to grow a channel, they try to see what works, they stick with the thing that works. I can respect that. But what I'm going to show you is he didn't rebrand from a gaming YouTuber into a YouTuber who fights the flat earth. He rebranded from a troll, a con man, a liar, a keyboard warrior, a little punk-ass bitch. And he rebranded that into a guy who has a physics degree, is a professional, is ethical, is moral, runs charities. Why would you ever encompass things that are blatantly not true about yourself, involving money, job, career, ethics, actions, morals, into your character that you play on FTFE? Because he's convinced people that the FTFE channel is his persona. That's his life. That's who he is. Well, if that's true, why did he undergo such a drastic change from back when he was a gamer just before he started FTFEing and then go and make this complete switch over? Well, we're going to find that out tonight, because now I know why FTFE is helping Red's Rhetoric, because he's not the guy he shows himself to be. I know who the real FTFE is, and no, I'm not going to dox you, big guy. Yeah, your name's already out there. You put it out. I'm just saying. I'm going to show the person that you are, the thing that you really are, and the reason why you are still ban evading on Twitter. He's ban evading on Twitter. I'm going to show you all this. This is just the intro, because every time he has a Twitter account, from being the gamer, even on the FTFE, he violates terms of service by threatening, trolling, harassing. I have ultimate proof of this. He tells people that he's going to track them down and beat them up in real life when they criticize him. I'm going to show you what an internet tough guy FTFE really is. And I could show him the public things that his wife says about him sitting in his gamer chair screaming at flat earthers at night until she's having to go put on headphones to escape the fucking conflict and the rage and the anger and the hate that's coming out of him. And the reason I bring that up, I'm not going to bring up anything but that. And there's a wealth of things I could bring up that are all publicly put out around this subject. But the reason I'm bringing that up is, why do you need that keyboard warrior anger when you're debunking flat earth? Why do you got to judge people for their religious beliefs and act like you can persecute them and try to get them put in jail for their religious beliefs, when in every country we all live in, you have freedom of religion? Why take the hate, the anger, the angst, and the fundraising, the money, the begging, the e-begging into your persona of FTFE, and let it slip through if it's not your real self? All these things will be shown to you and proven tonight, along with the fundraiser mishap that we can show you. I'll go into even more logic around why one fundraiser is enough. One fraudulent fundraiser where it can be proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that they kept the money, a lot of money, is enough to one, not support them on YouTube unless you support stealing money from your viewers. And you must, I'm sorry, but if you're going to call out flatties, I'm starting to ask myself if these guys don't think that they're better people just because they have a different religious belief or a different thought process than the people they call out. Now, that's the reason why I show you the stark contrast before we even start of Wolfie620, a respected member of the community. This man is respected. He does live science. He has the same type of thought process, the same morals, the same ethics that he shows on his channel is what he represents about his life on his channel, of course. Nothing coming from anywhere but his channel. The point is, and social media. The point is, will Wolfie620 be able, after seeing the hard evidence I'm about to show you, call out a member of his community like Fight the Flat Earth and Red's Rhetoric, like he would the Flat Earthers, and show that he ultimately is what he appears to be? Or is he also going to fail the test like Fight the Flat Earth and others have done and defend them while calling out Flat Earthers for doing things not even as bad as them? That's number one part of tonight's live stream. Number two, I know people were mad because I didn't listen. I didn't hear Charlotte out. I'm going to hear Charlotte out. I haven't been streaming in a while. You guys can look and check and see that. I've had the medical problems and I'm just starting to feel better. So last night's stream was a purposeful, loose stream. I promise you I'll give Charlotte much more attention tonight and finish her video. Also, I brought up what I brought up yesterday because I already knew what I was going to hear through the rest of the video. I wanted to make sure that I layer the evidence in that stream where I could for the people that were there before I take the dive into Charlotte's actual video. So I'm going to give her a fair take. You got to give me time. I did a warning in the beginning of my stream, but I know a lot of people, since it was a 9-hour stream, didn't see it. Anyway, we're going to hit that. We are going to be playing Tarkov later because I have some stuff that I have. Menace taught me a trick, and you can go watch it on his channel, how to make unlimited money on Tarkov easily and get all the best gear for free so that you can then roll in and do some cool shit. So we're going to do the cool shit on the stream. We're going to go PMC hunting. We're going to be hunting for players to kill. We aren't going to be looting. We're not going to be making money. We're going to put on our stuff and we're going to find players and try to kill them. We'll probably die, but that's at the end of tonight's video. So don't worry, all the non-gamers out there. You don't have to worry about that. Trio! Slay young much as you have to take lip door now. Oof! You know it, buddy. So here we go. I'm trying to get back on my format. I'm trying to get back doing my thing. I can talk a little bit better. I got a little more mobility in my left side of my face. You can kind of tell. I'm coming back, y'all. I'm coming back, y'all. Do you want to record the things you see on your PC? Do you want to have the best recordings that you can just do at the click of a button? And do you even someday think you might want to live stream? Well, you should go to the download link in the About section, my affiliate link with partner link with Streamlabs, and download Streamlabs OBS. It will automatically set itself up to the specs of your PC to give you the best recording and the best stream for the best size. So you can be recording the things you see, saving those clips, making those memes, making those GIFs with the push of a button. It's Streamlabs OBS, link in the About section. Also, like, subscribe, share, or not, but I'd like you to because I want people to get the info so they can stop being conned by people like Fight the Flat Earth, Red's Rhetoric, and the rest of their friends. I will state to them before we even roll the actual intro real fast. Do the right thing, Fight. Do the right thing, Reds. Tell your audience the truth. Show them the evidence and actually answer to what we've shown. The hypocrisy that you have shown is going to destroy everything you've worked for if you don't come out and actually answer to this. It's like finding out that the person investigating a murder is a murderer. You can't just let that person keep investigating the murder after that, okay? Let's go. It is 3/24 of 2021, broadcasted from the East Coast of the glorious United States of America, as always, from wherever country you're from. I know it's glorious, too, because I've been to many of the countries on this earth and loved the people in every country I went to. This is UniRock Live, hosted from UniRock 2 here on the Rock-A-Lot Parking Lot Chill Stream channel. Thank you for being here. I love you. I've missed you. And we need to get down and dirty. It's time that I unleash my inner crackhead muffin. Yes, I was calling you a muffin. Because you're my muffin. Because you're my muffin, Busy. You're my sweet little muffin. I'm about to butter you up, buddy. This is Unilock Live. Hit it. Expose me, boomer. Expose me, boomer. Expose me, boomer. Expose me, boomer. Expose me, Moab! Say it, Busy. Moab! God, that was the worst Moab I've ever heard. When are you going to get your shit together and start actually being a co-host? Co-hosts, do something! Co-hosts, do something! Do something! There it is! There it is! There it is! Roll the front! Roll the front! Roll the front! Yeah, boy!
Excellent.
Care. I'm goofy as a motherfucker. Welcome to the goofier than a motherfucker show. Okay, so what we're talking about tonight, I'm kind of continuing on from the video that I uploaded on Unirock to my main channel to upload commentary, thought out videos, response videos, points that I make, things that I see, thoughts that I have. And the video I'm continuing from is this video. Two YouTubers steal $10,000 in a fundraiser and have done many, many more. Insane. And this video starts off the way it does. This is the first time I'm going to break this down for the idiots out there who just can't get it when they watch this. Like, let me rephrase that. For the YouTubers out there who just can't get it, like, trying to be nice here, Mr. Sensible, who left, he's a creator in their community that has 8,900 subscribers. I actually like Mr. Sensible. I don't have anything against Mr. Sensible, and I'm just going to respond to his comment real quick. Why not hand your evidence to the Popo instead of doing it here? I did hand it to the Popo. If you would have watched my video, you'd know that. I stayed it in the halfway mark and the 2/3 mark. Some people said it was in there twice. I only saw it at the 2/3 mark. Somebody said I said it in the middle. And it's even said at the end of it. And there is an investigation going on. I just don't know what stage it's in. I'm waiting on a phone call. And I might have missed it because I was in the hospital a couple days and at the doctor. Either way, though, it's happening. They're getting investigated. This is why he hasn't responded. One of the main points I'm going to make before I even break down the intro of my video that leads to the evidence that you can't pay a landlord $10,000 or $8,000, as he'll say when he's lying, but also be evicted. And all of this is in here. I didn't want to show the eviction. I didn't want to. I shouldn't have to do this. I should not have to take his quote that says, "Hi, I'm Hufflepeg. I need $10,000. Then he gets criticized and he says, "I paid my landlord $7,500. I did for future rent payments to break my lease. And if I didn't, I'll have an eviction on my record." I shouldn't have to show the eviction. I should not have to show the eviction. You see what I'm saying? He should be able, if he has the gumption, if he has the drive, if he has the scumminess, scamminess, and shittiness to ask for the money publicly from people, he should be able to not lie to you guys, not lie to the YouTube. Everybody says, look, it's our community. We've locked it down. In our community where we ran these fundraisers and got the $10,000, you can't criticize our community because we are in our community. You're not in our community. Therefore, you can't say anything. Then why do you criticize flatties? Are you admittingly a flat earther in disguise? Well, I think I can prove that for one. I am going to prove to you that Fight the Flat Earth is worse than Fight the Flat Earth is a unique kind of conspiracy theorist. He's a marijuana conspiracy theorist. I know that's your favorite kind, but still, please shut up. And what I mean is, I will show you direct proof that Fight the Flat Earth, while he was a gaming channel right before he became Fight the Flat Earth, was campaigning on Twitter to try to convince people, they claim linked to a scam where he was trying to sell them this stuff, that his marijuana cured cancer. He's a snake oil salesman from the tweets that have been saved, because he harassed and threatened people physically in real life, and I have these tweets, to the point where Twitter had to ban his account, and that's why he's ban evading as his FTFE account, which I believe is like his third or fourth ban evasion account. My point is, he's not a debunker. Neither is Reds. Right? Did you hear Wolfie's initial opening to his video? He said there's no reason to ridicule. There's no reason to put anybody down. And he's trying to help this guy prove that he bought the drone and prove to everybody that he didn't keep the fundraiser money, right? The same thing needs to be said to these internet tough guys like Fight the Flat Earth and Red's Rhetoric, where they just act like they're these big tough guys in real life. And they're going to come beat you up, and they're going to come, expose you and make, what did he say to me? One of my mods is going to have to type it in the chat for me, but tell me, what was his response to me? He said something like, "Oh, you don't want to fuck with me, Unirock, I'll drop some fucking bombs on you," or something like that. I don't remember. He said it in a different way that was way more internet tough guy-ish, if you get my drift. Somebody type that for me. Because what you're dealing with, you do have a community, and the reason you need people to criticize your own community sometimes is if you don't criticize the people who you frequent with. If you can't say to them, "Hey, I know I'm coming on your channel. I know I'm bringing my audience with there. I know I'm going to get viewers from your audience by coming on your channel. I am going to be able to criticize you if I have to." Like, if you're doing things worse than a flat earther, then if I don't criticize you, it shows that all my criticism towards the flatties is invalid. It shows that I am not proficient enough. I'm not logical enough. I'm not ethical. Whatever you want to say, whatever words they use, not me. They use these words to describe themselves and what they do. They act like they're the heroes of science defeating the flatties. You're not a hero if you're worse than them. You're not even a fucking, anti-hero. You're just an internet tough guy pretending behind a screen that you're this big tough guy. And you do it by threatening people because it's so comfortable. It's so easy to threaten somebody from behind a keyboard. Not as easy to do it in real life. Let's get into this, but if I don't show you this before I start, people are going to say I'm lying. So let's go through the absolute evidence that Sean and Reds and Fight, who all were running that fundraiser, funneling viewers to the fundraiser so that that money could go to an account that Reds Rhetoric claims they all share. These are his own words. And I will, in fact, tonight try to get that clip from my mods. Someone get me the clip of Reds saying that the PayPal account is linked, okay? And before we get there, I'm just going to go ahead and play you the beginning of my video. Now, the reason I did the video this way, typically I would have started the video right around here where it goes into the music. It goes into my crowdsourced criminals song, right? I got $100 bill on my desk. Only got one because I'm broke like my dad's old tape deck, right? Now, I didn't start there. I actually took that intro where my video started and I, right here with where the crowdsourced criminals logo comes in, and I rewound it by 3 minutes so that I could show the absolute proof that this fundraiser was a theft from the community. It is theft by conversion if you meet the definition for it, and it needs to be investigated for which to see if it can be refunded and the people responsible can be held responsible because they're not at this point. Now, they could meet the burden of proof by responding, right? I've already met my burden of proof. What I'm about to show you meets my burden of proof 100%. If I can show that logically and backed by evidence that they kept the fundraiser money and they can't come back and debunk it. Now remember, they could debunk it easily within seconds. It wouldn't even take any effort. It would take a 10-second phone call. It would take them looking up the payment. It would take them just getting on the phone and handling this if it was the way they said. They instead have to do 50 fundraisers where they make a bunch of mistakes in certain ones so that we can look at the mistakes they made and show that they kept the money. That's what ends up happening over a period of a year for us to figure out whether they are honest and doing this in the right way or whether they're doing it and keeping the money, right? So, what's that? Oh my God, that's so bad. Sean's girlfriend is out here 11 hours ago saying, if I won, I would donate money to a local animal shelter some of my friends volunteer at. Giving back is so important to you and me, heart. Well, if you won, if you did have your choice of what to do, you would shit all over the dogs at the shelter and make them stand in it for days without them eating, as I've shown pictures of in my last stream about this on Rock a Lot. But let's just keep moving here. Yeah. Hey, Stuart, can you grab me that link of Reds stating that their accounts are all linked together, because it's not in my video and I want to make sure I play this stuff. We're dealing with absolute con men. And up until I released this video, they had the power, okay? The reason they had the power is because they are the controllers of the information. They do the fundraiser, and now by doing the fundraiser, they are the wards of the money. They are not the owners of it. They are the wards. They are the people who get to take it in and manage it so that it goes to the person the money belongs to. In this fundraiser, you're going to hear him state where the money is going. He will tell you when you give this charity money to Reds and Sean by Red's own admission, once you give them that money, it is not theirs. They're going to tell you who it's supposed to be. If Reds and Sean do not give the money to the person they say they're giving it to, then they keep it or they spend it on something else. They have stolen that money from the donators. That's why they are the victims in this if that happens. Why? Because even though the money was going to be given to that person, and yes, you could say that they did steal from that person too, that person has not gained ownership of the money yet. The ownership of the money, is it in Red's and Sean's hand or is it in the donator's hands? It's in the donator's hands until it's been given to the landlord. Why? Because they are the custodians of the money. They don't own it. It's not theirs. That's what a fundraiser, it's what a charity is. It would be like you donating to a charity that's going to help kids with cancer, and you find out the dude bought a yacht with the $1 million that was donated. Are you just going to stand there and say, he didn't steal the money, he didn't do anything wrong? Or if you are going to act like they didn't steal the money, can you tell us how every other person that steals fundraiser money has stolen the money? Every other person that doesn't do what they say they're going to do with their fundraiser money and keeps it or does it or spends it on selfish reasons or gives it to someone else, one of their friends or something. Can you not tell me how everyone else is guilty of doing it when they do it, except for Red's Rhetoric, Fight the Flat Earth, and Sean? Well, none of them will say anything more than what they do is they try to look at my video and try to poke as many holes in it as they can. They try to create as much question as they can in the minds of their viewers, because that's their goal. Their goal, they don't care about us. They don't care about you. They don't even care about their donators, really. But What they care about is getting more money in the future, not having this con busted. Because if the con gets busted, then they don't get any more money. And they want to be, that's all that matters to them. And that's why, instead of them trying to answer the question, trying to prove that they didn't do this, instead of them trying to respect the public, respect the people who gave the money, oh my God, no. Get out of here. Quit joining the channel. You're still going to get blocked if you join the channel. You can give me all the money you want and then reverse it later. You're still getting blocked, buddy. Deal with it. Anyway, to the evidence and then the breakdown. Here we go. Wait, do you have the Mario thing? Because we have the sound. It's in my videos. I want it on my stream. Hey, here we go. I want the Mario sound effect. Oh, give me a second. I want Busy to add the Mario sound effect, please. So, here we go. Jumping in on the, oh fuck, I need the folder. Jumping in on the evidence. Let's see, what is it? Here we go. Here we go. Hey, here we go. You gotta play it a little bit louder than that, bro. Like, that's too low. I can barely hear it. Just a little, one more time.
Here we go!
Yeah!
This is quite the number, but it's 10,000 US.
And there's actually a very legitimate reason for that. Just to explain, where I live now, when you break a lease, you have to pay the remainder of said lease.
That's not true. Maybe he was confused in the beginning, but either way, if you want to see my 3 videos on this, it's the one on Unirock 2, of course, breaks it down after the clip, but you can see further explanation in Grand Larceny 1, 2, and 3. They're on Rock a lot a week or 2 ago.
So I'm at 10 months in, left on my lease. So that would be 10 months of rent I would have to pay to not get sued.
See, these people aren't used to, renting and doing things like that. They've always conned other people and leached off other people. They just basically look at something and ask themselves, how can we present this so that we can take a bunch of money from the fundraiser? He looked at his lease, and there's a part of his lease that says, if you move out, you're on the hook for the rest of your lease, which is true. But there are laws called renters' rights, and those laws in each state in the country allow for the landlord must perform certain actions, or the landlord will have to eat the rest of the lease. So just because it says you could be on the hook for the rest of the lease does not mean that you're going to be. And that's the issue. They present the situation and say, I need 10 months of my rent to pay so that I can move. And everybody, their audience, for some reason, in fact, I think what we're going to show by the end of this is that each audience on YouTube, they're all equal. A lot of audiences on YouTube like to go around acting like they're better than everybody else. They're smarter than everybody else. They're cooler than everybody else. And really, that's the cringiness of YouTube that's there. It's the illusion that's there. Because in all honesty, every audience is just a mishmash of people that have come in through the algorithm or through the channels that you've frequented, right? When they find your channel, they're going to subscribe and watch. It doesn't mean they're smart or dumb. It just doesn't mean anything, really. It's just when you have this kind of situation where there's an audience told, I have to pay a year lease if I want to move, they don't stop and think, so what happens if I give my landlord 10 future payments, month payments of rent? Well, we all know you get that place for the next 10 months. It's not due to the fact of every time they asked for the money and every time they made excuses for this, they stated they needed to pay future rent payments for 10 months, never wavered, never changed it, never apologized, and then told that lie for a year. That is why they can't change it now. That's why they would have if they, they'd already locked in the lie, so they didn't want to change it back then and get called out for it. Then people would say, hey, you're lying. So they stuck with this lie after they used it to take the money. They can't say, well, Sean did owe some damages. He did owe some back rent. He did owe some other things. All of that would have been represented in the lawsuit and in the situation so that, we would be able to see it. We would be able to know what happened. And even if he did, let's just pretend that he wanted to pay 10 back months of rent, but just couldn't ask the audience. He still conned them. And he still stole the fundraiser money. It's still a lie. It's still messed up. And the people that are fighting for him are still liars, and they're still covering for him in that scenario. It's why this is a rare thing. They almost could have gotten away with it if it wasn't for those damn Unirock kids. getting away with running all these fundraisers and keeping big chunks of this money. But the problem is they had a couple fundraisers that they just completely messed up. They got too greedy. They got too methed out before they told lies. I don't know. They just got too dumb because you don't. No, the audience, of course, is just blinded by charity, blinded by fundraiser, blinded by the need they present. They're not watching the whole stream. Nobody is. Look, like this live stream, I have this thing right here. It tells me how many people come in and out. It's why I repeat a lot of data in live streams. If I see a lot of people leave and then other people come back in, then I will make sure that when I fucking, if I need to repeat some information, I will. People that watch the replay will get bored by that, but it has to happen. I'm trying to basically, I understand the fact that people don't watch, they don't have hours out of their day to watch a whole live stream in the replay. Right? So they come and go. That is what these guys know to manipulate in their charities. They won't, these little tiny statements that are being said are only going to get heard when they're said by people that are paying attention, that are watching. Everybody else is just chilling and doing their thing and watching, have it playing in the background and think, you know, I'm going to send some money over. And that's why until you sit down and analyze the situation, you're not going to find these problems. So that's all that matters. Specifically, to the point, he needs to pay 1, future rent payments for 10 months. 2, he needs to do this because he wants to move. And 3, he can't move until he does it or he's going to get sued, right? It doesn't, this is what I said a year ago. It doesn't make sense. It's not logical. They went with a lie from the very beginning because they were so desperate and so comfortable in running fraudulent fundraisers for so long, even at this point and never being caught, that they started to get complacent and lazy. And that's why he went further when I criticized them to do another stream where he said this.
So you paid $7,450 hard cash check to walk away.
Yes.
So again, he paid $7,450 for future rent payments. When any of us do that anywhere in the world, we now have an apartment or a house for 10 months. And since we've got all of our lease paid off, it is ours to live there, a landlord can't come in and take your stuff. They can't evict you. They can't, you know, they need to go to court to evict you. When they went to court to evict you, if you paid 10 months of future rent, it would be on the court papers instead of a big zero. There are people out there that defend these guys that are showing how stupid and how much of posers they are. They're posing as debunkers. The flat earth area, any space where you can debunk something easily. In fact, almost anything you can do on YouTube, you will get pretenders. You'll get people in there who just want to make money. If they see an area getting a trend or making money, they're going to jump in. You see it in the Toddy lawsuit space. You see it in this space. I mean, every other trend that's happened on YouTube, it's the same way. People jump in and try to get going in that area while the trend's hot so they can catch some donos. And as soon as the trend ends, they're going to move on. Or if they have an audience base they've built, they're going to stay there. They put on the persona, they put on the act, they copy other people, they mesh together in it, and that's what they do for their content. And you do have several roaches, several leeches, several of these frauds in that community who have buddied up to better creators who actually have content in order to get a following. And this is how we describe Fight the Flat Earth. Though, let's get back to the evidence. We've already shown you him state it's for 10 months of future rent payments, not current rent, not back rent, not rent from 1999, rent for the next 10 months so that he can rent the apartment for the next 10 months. So why would he have to pay that to break the lease so that he can move? Well, if he did break the lease, if he did say, I've paid you for the lease and I'm going to move, the landlord is going to say, I can't take future rent payments if you're moving. I can only charge you the money between when you moved and the next person moved in by the law. I would be breaking the law if I took your money for 10 more future payments of rent. We all know that. We all get that. It's what told us that they were lying during their fundraisers in the first place. Though, just so you hear it, he says this right after. If you
One of the
didn't
two.
pay the landlord, what would happen if you didn't pay the landlord? If you did not pay 10 future months of rent payments, what would happen to you?
Recognize that not being able to provide that does raise into question the actual payment, and that is an avenue that you could be attacked from.
BM Furball, you are so bad at this. To be attacked from, to be attacked. Huh. The angle of attack sound just like a flat earther. You sound like Nathan Oakley trying to defend his buddies. They're not dumb flat earthers. They just believe in the angle of attack of light in the distance.
Yes, I do, but all I can say to that is an eviction will show up on a credit report, and my credit report is...
An eviction will show up on his record, right? You got to be able to weed through the ignorant pirate speak, okay? So an eviction shows up on his record if he doesn't pay the landlord for the 10 months, and then he will be evicted, right?
Is only showing a $92 medical bill, which I have no knowledge of.
Hey, do you ever see Behind the Curve? You ever see Behind the Curve where at the end of Behind the Curve, Jaronism is going to prove that the earth is flat with his experiment, but his experiment gives him the result of the globe earth, and he gets so cognitively dissonant in that moment, he says, interesting. Red's experienced that same emotion, because just like Jaren knew that he was pushing a fake scenario with the flat earth, Reds knows that him and Sean, BM, and FTFE, because yes, FTFE is there, they're pushing their fairy tale, and Sean and Reds and FTFE not keeping money from the fundraiser, not conning the audience, or not defending people who have done this, depending on which one you're talking about. What does Red say? The same thing Jaren said when his fantasy was busted.
Interesting how that works.
Interesting.
Now, back when I had busted these guys a year ago, I made a huge impact for people who donated to them to stop donating if they could not prove that they did pay the landlord and do what they said they did with the money. And they lost a big portion of their audience and their donation base. You can go and actually analyze this for yourself and then ask yourself if I'm correct in this or not. And you'll see literal evidence of it. Or you can just say I'm lying or something if you want, but you can prove it to yourself. They lost a big portion of their donation base. And I moved on to talk about other things. We're pretty much caught up now once you see the paperwork, which I'll just go ahead and put on the screen. Once you see the paperwork and you see that he got evicted for not paying any rent and then had to pay for the time that the apartment was open, that the landlord had it open until another person got in, then you know that he did keep the fundraiser money. Him and Reds kept the fundraiser money. How do you know that Reds kept it too? Well, Reds, this entire year, has stated that he and Sean ran this fundraiser. They do all their fundraisers together, and that Sean's account, his PayPal account, Reds has access to. This is Red's own admission. So Reds, because he shares the account with Sean, he's also sharing the blame for taking this money, since he lied for Sean the entire time. He ignored the evidence the entire time. And once the evidence was made public, Reds lied to his audience again and refuses to address this since. It's been weeks. Sean has not been publicly seen other than an FTFE side chat before he ran off that one time since this evidence came out. And Reds and Sean were lying every day about their fundraisers, about showing accountability to the fundraisers that they promised full accountability on, the fundraisers they did for other people, and saying that they accounted when all they did was show 1 or 2 receipts and never tell people how much came in and never prove that they actually paid the money where they said it would go. What I'm telling you is there is a burden of proof now for Reds and Sean to either prove that they didn't keep fundraiser money in each of their fundraisers, or it's valid for you to assume that they did. To this level of proof. This level of proof is enough for you to assume that if they lie in any other fundraiser, if they do not account, and you know exactly what came in any other fundraiser, and you do not know factually that they did not keep any money and that they gave the money to the person, it is logical. It is flat earth to deny it, to say that they, well, you can't say that they kept money. No, you're flat earthing that shit. The burden of proof is met. Why? There's one little fact that backs this up too, and that is they use GoFundMe all the time. GoFundMe is not just there so that people can collect money and do what they want with it, because that's called charity fraud. GoFundMe is there and it's built so that you can create an account and use GoFundMe, and it will track every dime that comes in, and it will pay every dime to the person who the charity is for. The reason why, when they needed high amounts of money, they constantly, hooked it to a situation that pulls on your heartstrings, and then also promised to account for it, but then didn't, is because if they would have been honest, and I'm not going to go into it deep here, but I'm not going to draw that out. But if they would have been honest about what they were doing with the fundraiser money, the people donating would not have donated little or any at all. They always give a reason that is not selfish, that is helping someone else. They always give a reason that's connected to a tragedy or a hard event in life. They always give a reason that will make people feel like they need to help because that person's in need. But if the money doesn't all go to that person, then obviously they're either lying about why they needed the money, or they're ripping that person off too. Because instead of clicking a button on GoFundMe and having all of their donations, all their fundraisers accounted for automatically, they chose to, if using GoFundMe, deposit the money into an account that they shared with Steve McRae. By his admission. Also, Steve's audience was pushed to donate to these, Red's audience was pushed to donate to these, and Fight's audience was pushed to donate to these. You can hold whatever opinion you want. I hold the opinion that Fight the Flat Earth also has access to that account with Reds and Sean and Steve. This is their own words. We will get this clip. I think I've already got it. Here we go. I have it. Thank you. You guys are fucking awesome. At 52:32, and everybody out there who's like following these guys, they have to have ultimate proof of everything, right? They can't do anything on their own. They can't go and watch these old streams. I have to put everything up in front of them. And then once I do, they shift the goalpost and say, well, so what that you were telling the truth about that? Unirock's lying about everything else. So hear it with your own ears. Do you want to fucking sit here and be conned? Or do you want these guys to have to come back, and not by their standard, but by the standard of everyone else that does these kind of fundraisers and charities? These are charities. This is charity fraud, which is one of the worst kinds of fraud that is possibly for anyone can do. It's even, some people in their community will say, I'm evil for calling this out. That's what every con man, thief, and evil person says about anyone that criticizes them stealing from people. They immediately say, nuh-uh, the detective's evil. Nuh-uh, the reporter's evil. Nuh-uh, the TV show that documented me is evil. I'm not evil. Me stealing from them isn't evil. They're evil for insinuating that I would steal, even though they've met the burden of proof. Me meeting the burden of proof, which I've done, from just playing the recorded clip and also showing you the eviction and also showing you everything else I've shown you, me meeting the burden of proof means that now I have enough proof to say that they kept the fundraiser money. Only in the most extreme extenuating circumstance could they explain what happened in a way that would make them not be thieves. That would take a 1 in a billion chance. Though, no matter what their excuse is, we know they did not hand 10 months of future rent payments to that landlord. And because of that, it is not only logical, moral, ethical, or whatever words you want to use, it is the opposite of evil. It is necessary to call out these guys. And it is evil to lie for them, to deflect for them, to straw man for them. Of course, I'm only saying this because that's what words they use about me. The evil ones are the ones that are allowing them to get away with this and trying to set up a condition so that they can do further collections like this. And the people who fight for them are the only people out there who are actively fighting for them are people that have been involved in their fundraisers where they don't account, where they keep money by the evidence. If they want things to stay this way, if they do not want to prove that they aren't lying about all of this, if they want to fucking prove that they are telling the truth, they have to meet a burden of proof for it. And it can't just be invented, because the truth would be what they said it was. It's not a changing thing that they get to update later so that they can save themselves. The truth is, you either did what you said you were going to do back then with that fundraiser, you did what you said you were going to do with every other fundraiser, or you owe the money back to the people and they deserve an apology and justice for this. Why is it that why is it that the Silverfish, why is it that the Hufflepeg, why is it that Sly Sparkane, astronomical lies, why do they all defend this kind of shit that they would call out any other person on the internet outside of their group for doing? I'm going to show you right now.
PayPal.
Because my name's already out there and Red's is not.
And why doesn't
Red's name is out there. What are you talking about? It's all over the place.
Red's open up another PayPal labeled Red's Rhetoric?
Because everything is already linked the way it needs to be linked, and this process seems to work just fucking fine.
Now, he always gets internet soy boy, keyboard warrior angry when he's asked about this. I have no clue why when he's telling the truth, and he's not the one being stolen from. He's not the one being ripped off. He's the one gaining from this. But you just heard him. He gets mad because he's asked why they don't deposit fundraiser money where they should, like into the bank account of the person they're raising it for. Why does every bit of fundraiser money be funneled through their account? That's not what he said, is it? He's not even this is a straw man, BM Furball. You straw man me every fucking step of the way. I could give 2 fucks if these fucks share a bank account. I don't care. I said that they should be depositing the fundraiser money to the beneficiary because it literally is not, it's not just fishy that they admit that they take the fundraiser money into their account that they all share, right? It's not just fishy. It is proof that they are creating the opportunity for them to keep money and never be able to account without crying privacy. Well, hold on. If I account, then I'm going to have you be seeing my bank account stuff. That's anti-privacy. That's not our fault. It should have stayed on GoFundMe. It should have went to the person's PayPal account. It should have never touched your accounts where you then get to decide what to do with the money because it's not your fucking money. It isn't. It will never be your money unless you steal it. And since you kept it, it's valid for me now to say that you stole it. It's really bad that when you break down these kind of stories, you've got to literally go to kindergarten level to describe certain words and concepts so that these guys get it. Don't take Sly Insane, Sly Flat Plane Sparkane acting all confused and wrong and just off the mark about this as accidental. He is the distraction guy. He is the guy who goes out there and tries to focus in on any straw man he can to buy them some time with their donators to get in their donators' ears and lie to them. And if you're one of their donators, you know they've been doing this. He is the fall guy. Why is Reds, Astronomy Live, Sean, Sly Sparkane, and all of them, a bunch of people that's met on the internet that don't know each other in real life, who aren't con men who like all know each other in real life, live in the same area, split the money, go party, buy hookers, do some crazy shit with the cash they get? Why would a bunch of strangers from all around the globe just all of a sudden decide that they were going to defend each other stealing fundraiser money? And remember, they all don't gain anything from any of these fundraisers. They're just doing this for the charity of others, and there's no sinister anything behind this at all, right? Well, the reason is they all do know each other in real life. They all do hang out together in real life. They live together sometimes. They meet up all the time, and including Astronomy Lies, Lion, Sane, Sly, Flat Plane, Sparkane, Reds, not Fight though. Fight's a rare creature here, but I actually have figured out why Fight the Flat Earth does what he does, and I'm going to show it to you soon. The point is, this isn't a group of con men operating independently on the internet from all these different countries. The reason why they all trust each other enough to do this, to share this bank account, as I've just played, in fact, I'll play it again in just a moment. The reason why they trust themselves enough to do it, the reason why that they defend each other blindly, attack criticizers blindly, lie for each other, straw man, troll, and do all this to be able to continue doing what they're doing, is because they are all real life fucking friends, man. It's like, it's not an internet con group. We're dealing with a group of real world con men that all hang out together and know each other in real life, acting out on the internet, putting on the persona on the internet that they're just internet buddies. And it's crazy for Unirock to say that we're conning people. You're not internet buddies when you live together, when you hang out together, when you meet up all the time, when you've known each other for years. And guess who we just heard Sly admit that where he's from? Sly on a live stream let it slip out of his mouth that he's from the same area that Bull, Sean, Reds. Now, you know what my opinion is about Bullinator leaving their group? Did you know that he left their group at the end? You didn't know this, or you did? We'll talk about that sometime, because I did bring up Bull's name as living in that area and being a part of this inner group, but because he left their group at the end, we're going to leave him out of this, and for other reasons. But hear it one more time. You know, they told people that I was a fucking liar because I said that they all shared the bank account. I said that because I was brought proof through DMs that they all share the bank account. They admitted it to some of their high-tier donators in the DMs. A year ago, I told you this. A year ago, I told you that they all made money from these fundraisers. They were all linked together in the fundraisers through an account. They said I was lying on my stream. A year ago, when I criticized them, I told you that it was like a weird pyramid scheme involving people from all over the world. Well, now I know they all are friends in real life, and it's how they do this. And how do people that live a few hours apart, all in one little Bermuda Triangle down there in Florida, how do they, share their money? How would, if they are all like gaining something off this, how do they do it? How do they share it? What's going on? The only thing we can do is take the information they've given us and apply it. Here it is.
In advance that he was going to be going through my PayPal.
If we could address one of the other concerns that was raised is,
I want to hear how BM brings this up. BM never talked to me. BM met us for an initial talk on a day when I was live streaming. And I made time to talk to him the next day so that I could present him the video clips and the evidence that I had. He talked to me the first time for that short period of time, didn't come to the actual discussion that we were going to have with him, and just heard an initial argument. Enough information was in. Whoa, no, April's one of my peeps. Hold on, did you accidentally, okay, you unhid her, oh, it was an accident, just making sure. April's a peep. Sorry, April, it was an accident. It happens, fingers slip. Anyway, though, where were we? Where were we at? Oh, BM, he didn't even come and sit down and hear us out. He, on a day when we were busy, he demanded to come into the Discord. I let him know I could just talk to him for a little bit, but I would need to talk to him tomorrow, and I'd need to have time to actually present the info to him. Because we were all doing things, I told him, well, we're just going to fucking talk for a little bit. We'll meet tomorrow and actually do it. And he left the Discord that night after he went and looked at the evidence in one of the rooms. Then goes on stream with Reds after not hearing my breakdown, not looking at my evidence, not having it explained to him, and creates this defense stream. So I wonder a lot what BM's role is. I think we'll find out BM's role is a lot deeper than what we know, but let's hear what BM... How does BM represent my concern that these guys share the account that they all have? How does he word it? How does he say it? Let's hear it.
When Reds does a fundraiser, why does it go to Sean's PayPal?
See, you should have just said, why is your PayPal linked? That's what Uni said. Look, here's how this information comes out. some of their donators find out that they've been conned. They try to find a YouTuber to talk to. They see me criticizing Steve, and they come to me saying, hey, you've criticized Reds and Steve. We need to give proof that these guys conned us out of a bunch of money. They give it to me. They show me DMs. They show me other things. And they tell me that they've been threatened with blackmail and doxing from Reds and his friends, and they don't want their identities revealed. So I cannot take their DMs and show them, or they're going to know which of the donators that these guys are, so they can target them, harass them, bully them anonymously, and try to get them scared away. So I promise them I'm not going to reveal it, but if they show me proof that this is true, I will take it to stream and I will say it came from an anonymous source like I did. I went to my stream, it's still on the channel, and I told everyone that this is what they were doing. They were sharing a PayPal account and making sure that all the fundraiser money was funneled into the account, and then they were keeping large amounts of money. That was my stream a year ago. That is when they started conditioning me as a liar. But months after my criticism, when BM asked them one of these questions, this is what Red said, literally confirming what I've said about them sharing the PayPal account the whole time. So I wasn't lying. This is evidence that another time he says I lied on him, I was telling the truth, and only when his back was against the wall did he actually come out and tell us what happened. Let's take a listen.
Because my name's already out there and Red's is not.
And he's lying. His name is plastered all over YouTube at that point. It was at that time. He told me it was, and I don't know why they just constantly shift things and lie about things, but anyway.
And why doesn't Reds open up another PayPal labeled Reds Rhetoric?
How about this, BM? Why does Reds have an account where you guys all share it? That's what you should have said. Why does Reds have an account that you guys share with him? Where you all either have you all are either on the account. I don't believe that, but it could be that they're on the account by the way he presented the info. I'm actually going to tell you what Reds told some of his donators in a minute, but anyway, what is it that, it could be that they also have debit cards. So they might be linked because they all have their own debit card on that account. It could be linked because their names are on that account. It could be linked for other reasons, but listen to his words.
Because everything is already linked the way it needs to be.
Randolph, great question. And I know I said we'd send you an invite before this stream. We're going to give you the invite. I'm going to make sure I do it during the stream because I did forget. I just get busy. You're getting that invite, goddammit. Rachel, I need Randolph Richardson to get an invite. Okay? Can you make sure that happens tonight? Okay, thank you. Randolph, if Rachel's on it, you're getting it. You're getting the invite. Randolph says, has the IRS been notified about the fraud here? They may be interested in making sure the taxes are remitted properly. I'm going to tell you that every agency has been notified by the donators. The people that gave the money to them who listened, the people were giving money to early fundraisers for these guys and started regularly donating, and they would give large amounts. They instinctually would just, if they needed money, trusted them and go into streams and give it. Now, a lot of the donators never saw the few. Now, in this like 4-hour stream, they state what they need the money for, to pay the landlord for future rent payments. They say that specifically maybe 4 or 5 times. So if you are a high tier donator that goes in, hangs out for 10, 20, 30 minutes, sends a donation and leaves, you may never hear their lie. You may never catch the thing they lied about that lets you know that you're being conned. It was him saying 10 months of future rent payment so he could break the lease and move. So the donators all started talking. They all went back and watched the replays. They all went back and listened to it and talked about it and realized they're stealing our money. And they tried to, a big group of those donators tried to go to all the YouTubers in those guys' community and let them know, Reds and Sean have been stealing our money. They're stealing it. They lied to get it. This doesn't make sense. The donators have proof that Reds and Sean and their friends instantly, no matter who they went to, so if they went to Fight the Flat Earth, if they went to someone else, they would immediately start getting harassed, threatened, and DMs. And a lot of it, Randolph, you've experienced it from Steve and his audience. When he makes those hit pieces on you year ago, I know you experienced bullying and harassment out on Twitter and other places where they weren't talking to you. They weren't like asking you things. They were just insulting you, dogpiling you, and putting you down. Now, when the high tier donators went to other YouTubers to try to get help on this and would, you know, they like when I went to Reds, I thought Reds would like freak the fuck out when he found out that DFOTY was hosting a fake false strike that never happened as a reason that someone was a DFOTY, and that I thought he would be pissed at Steve for having fake screenshots and a fake strike. He didn't care, and he started attacking me. This is what they did to the high tier donators. And until those donators came to me, the first person that would listen to them, look at their evidence, and then represent it, and those donators had a trust with me so that they knew if they couldn't reveal certain evidence because it would identify them, that I would not reveal who they were and get them targeted again. They felt comfortable enough to give me their evidence, show me what they had. And yes, they do have evidence of being blackmailed and threatened and harassed by these people. Though, listen closely.
Be linked, and this process seems to work just as...
And why doesn't Reds open up another PayPal labeled Reds Rhetoric?
We don't give a fuck if he has a PayPal labeled Reds Rhetoric. We want the fundraiser money not to enter Sean and Reds and the other people's personal accounts. That's what we want. It's not their fucking money. The minute that money from any of those fundraisers hits their personal accounts instead of the beneficiaries, that fundraiser is misappropriated and fraudulent. And only until they prove beyond no doubt whatsoever that they actually did what they said they would do with the money and how much they took in, it is misappropriated and fraudulent. The burden of proof is met after they steal fundraiser money in such a high amount instantly for every other fundraiser out there that is not accounted for. If you're going to do it once, you're going to do it again. Every one of their fundraisers, every one of them has no accounting. The majority, they promise to account for them, and they have no accounting. Every one of their fundraisers is funneled into their personal accounts. If this isn't enough evidence for people to stop donating to these people and demand them to account for this and demand them to explain themselves in the very least, then you are dumber not only than flat earthers, you're dumber than all of the community. Though, you're not. You know you're not. I think Fight the Flat Earth and Reds are, but some of their defenders are doing this simply because they also are linked in, as Red says, to these fundraisers. They have something they gain. There is some gain for each of the small group of people who have been defending them. The Goblin, the Doxer, the Lie Insane, Astronomical Lies. Do you realize the Doxer, Astronomical Lies, Lie Insane, Reds Rhetoric, as I said, Bull, are all from this same small area by their own admission. This is real life conning. They're coming up with the con while they're sitting around broke, hanging out together, and then implementing it on the platform.
Because everything...
It's why they defend them. It's why they blind... If I could take a videotape of Sean admitting to misappropriating and keeping the money in every fundraiser with Reds laughing and making jokes about it and play it in front of Lie Insane, and he would still say I'm lying. He would still say they're innocent. He would say it's not proof, it's not real. I have to have him standing there when they tell those lies in order to prove this and prove that. You get me? This is the insanity. This is how far gone they are. Flat earthers, and what they do is a religious belief. The majority of all of them, it's a religious belief, and I've heard these guys admit it a million times. The thing about flat earthers, and I don't like flat earth, I don't like the idiocy of it, I don't like the science denial, you know this, I debunk it, but they have a right to believe it. You can fight it with logic, you can fight it with science, you can fight it with comedy. But if you're just going to put them down and insult them, then you're not, and you're going to persecute them for their religious belief. You're fucked up, you're evil, you're fucked in the head. We'll get to that in a minute, because I got to be able to finish this clip.
everything is already linked the way it needs to be linked, and this process.
The way it needs to be linked for what? In what world, Reds, do you need to link your fucking funds, your bank accounts together with your friends to do fundraisers? In what world? In what world do you need, when you're hosting a charity where the website you are using will pay the benefactor every time so that you never touch that money and you'll never have a Unirock or anyone else ever questioning you, instead of pressing one button so that that money goes straight to them? You just link you and your friends that are running the fundraiser to a bank account because you did something with the fundraiser money and you slipped up here. That's why you all have to lie. You can watch a man murder another man and he'll either try to kill you to keep you silent or lie to your face about doing it for the rest of his life so that he doesn't get in trouble. You can watch a person rob a liquor store, punch an old lady and take her purse, or go into a bank and rob the fucker. And if you stand there later and say, you did it, bro, I got a video, I got your fingerprint, they're going to say, I did not, don't arrest me. These motherfuckers took this money, and they're so internet tough guy dumb that when they got questioned and they had evidence put against them, they said, we've been linked together for all this time, me and the people that help me run these fundraisers, even though it's not our money, and even though the only reason we would have to link our bank accounts or our PayPal accounts or our credit cards or our deposit cards, whatever, the only reason we would ever have to link our cards together in relation to fundraisers is if we are keeping money. Them, he slipped up here, man. It's insane.
And why doesn't Reds open up another PayPal labeled Reds Rhetoric?
Because everything is already linked the way it needs to be linked, and this process.
He knew the minute he said this, he fucked up. Did you hear the tone in his voice? The reason he got angry here is because, fuck, I told the truth. He got mad because he forgot to lie. He started talking and he's like, damn it, did I just tell him that we linked our accounts together so that when we get the money, we can easily get it out no matter where we are, between all the different places we are in the world? Just because they all lived together long ago and hung out and met each other in the same place and are from the same area doesn't mean they're all still there, right? So, you know, it's hard for them to get Sean money when he went to New Jersey to get with his FinDom, his financial dominator. It's hard for them to get it to him unless he's got a card, Reds has a card, Astronomical Lies or whoever else. I don't know which of them have cards. I know that I have the donators showing me Reds admit this in DMs. I have Reds saying this on this fucking stream and admitting it. And I have them running fundraisers together where they do not account for the money and make excuses. They lie through their teeth so they funnel that money into their own bank accounts. And they think I'm the liar. They think I'm the crazy one. I'm the fucking liar. They think they're going to win this when they were so affected by the criticism. If they weren't internet tough guys, if they weren't soy boys, if they could tolerate being criticized, they would have never broke down and accidentally admitted certain things that they did. They would have never done it. But because they can't handle being criticized and they go into a soybean rage when they lost track of their lies and started to let the truth slip. And they can't stand that I have these clips. They can't stand it. They hate me because I put all this together and made it into videos. They hate me that I criticized them on this. I criticized them on this then, and I'm doing it now because it's one of the biggest fucking stories on YouTube out there that nobody knows about. People don't steal $10,000 from a community that often, then run 40 more fundraisers where they use the exact methods in those other fundraisers that they used in the fundraiser they stole. And yes, I will criticize Bullinator's fundraiser and I won't stop. These guys you don't get to make things happen with just saying something, okay? They think that if they just say criticizing Bull's fundraiser is disrespectful to Bull, that everybody out there is going to say, oh, then we can't criticize it. Yes, you can, because you need logic for how criticizing the fundraiser you held for him is somehow disrespectful to Bull. Do you know that they did not pay the family a dime, not a dime, until I criticized them a month and a half later on Bull's fundraiser? Did you know that they ran the fundraiser right after Bull died, within a day, because the family needed the money now for the funeral and stuff? So why did they keep the money until I criticized them almost 2 months later? 2 fucking months. They woke up 50 goddamn days, did everything they wanted to do with that money. Where was the family's money for the 2 months, man? It was in your fucking bank account. It was in your fucking bank account when I criticized you. I was right. There is no world where you should have kept the family's money in your bank account for a minute. GoFundMe would have given it straight to him. He told us all that he had to do it that way because the family didn't have any electronic means to be the benefactor on GoFundMe. But his own evidence proves that the whole time the family had the means to get the money. So he could sit there all day long telling this family that he did a fundraiser and he's going to give them the money. It doesn't mean that the family knows that he funneled the damn money into his own bank account and that he's stolen fundraiser money before with hard evidence. That family finding that out and seeing the proof would change their tone on the lies and manipulations that Reds used on them to perform this con on Bull's fundraiser. And I haven't even criticized it yet. I ain't going to tonight. I'm just making sure you know that the same bank account where they stole this money is the same account that's all linked together with Reds and Sean and all of them that they used for Bull's fundraiser.
Process seems to work just fucking fine.
Doesn't Reds open up another PayPal labeled Reds Rhetoric?
Because everything is already linked the way it needs to be linked, and this process seems to work just fucking fine. It's just that UniRock is the only fucking person that seems to have a problem with it.
Well, you
that seems to have a problem with that. Yeah, go soy football team. It's cheerleader time. UniRock has a problem with that. Like, UniRock's the only one in the whole world that has a problem with me funneling other people's charity money into my bank account and then like keeping it for like 2 months after Uni criticizes me, like squeezing a check together and like sending it to the family. Uni's crazy for saying the things he says. Uni's a liar for saying this thing. It's not that Reds is a liar. He like sounds like a fucking cheerleader, doesn't he? Like, totally, bruh. Like, oh my God, Uni's the only one who has a problem.
It's just that UniRock is the only fucking person that seems to have a problem with it. And fine.
You can't make these motherfuckers up, bro. You cannot make them up. They are lol-cow, pure entertainment every time they fucking speak. And they're like this when they criticize flatties, too. They really are. You got to listen for it.
UniRock is the only fucking person that seems to have a problem with it.
With like, totally awesome. Give me an E. Give me a UniRock.
Well, you tend to have a problem with things like this, you know, friends helping friends. When you
friends helping friends. It's friends helping friends for Sean to steal $10,000 from the donators. That is how dumb this person is. That's how. Now, you could listen to the tone of his voice and how disingenuous he is and compare that tone to Reds, FTFE, and Sean and see that they all have that disingenuous liar tone oozing out of them at all times. But let's just focus on the main part of this. When asked why he is funneling every single fundraiser into his own bank account instead of giving it to the beneficiary, he says, because our accounts are linked together.
Is already linked the way it needs to be.
Out there, and Reds is not.
And why doesn't Reds open up another PayPal labeled Reds Rhetoric?
Because everything is already linked the way it needs to be linked, and this.
There should never be a reason when it's not your money, and when you're using websites that are set up to pay by their TOS. I showed the terms of service on GoFundMe. Those terms of service say that if a fundraiser is not being paid directly to the beneficiary, it meets the condition to be, it wasn't fraudulent, it was investigatable. It was, fuck, I forget the word they used. They used a different word. So basically, they're not even following the terms and conditions of the GoFundMe website because they always set themselves not as the hoster. Like Reds, when he gets caught keeping money from a fundraiser, likes to say that he hosted it instead of ran it, right? Well, luckily on GoFundMe, if you are a beneficiary, you are separate from the person who hosts the fundraiser. But their fundraisers are done with the beneficiary and the host being Reds. So he can sit here anytime he gets under fire and say that he hosted it. And he can sit here anytime he's trying to make people think that he's a charitable charity runner and say, well, I am the guy who literally did the fundraiser. It's my fundraiser. Me and Sean did the fundraiser. Though we all know the truth. He's both. He's hosting it, ripping his audience off, ripping every other community near him off, and keeping the money factually. And I will show you the evidence one more time so we can end part one. Part one is that their bank account is linked, that they take this money into by their own words, admissions, and by the DMs they've shared with their high-tier donators. They told their highest donators, the ones they really tried to buddy up to, like Steve did with Ruhif when he brainwashed him. No joke. They told them in DMs, one of them said, wait, now if I donate to a certain, I forget which one it was, but he was concerned that if he donated to the fundraiser, that Reds wouldn't get a part of the money. He wanted Reds, he wanted Sean to have like X amount of money, like 800 or 1800, I forget, and he wanted Reds to get like $300 or $400. And he was concerned that if he gave it to the fundraiser, that Reds wouldn't get any of it, and he wanted to split the payment. And Reds said, you don't have to. Once the money goes in, me and Sean both have access to that account. So he told many of his donators that Sean has a card that can be used to get money out of that PayPal account where every fundraiser is funneled to, and Reds could too, and even some of their other friends were. And we had a clip, I don't know if we can get it pulled up and find it tonight, where McCrazy admits to having one of those either cards or linked to that account the same way. And you know he could be lying, you know, like McCrazy lies every time he talks. But I'm just telling you, we are not the ones who are putting out this information. Charlotte, I know, is a creator who has had a lot of people around her that like to lie to her about the situations that have happened in the last year and a half. And you can see the effect on Charlotte that these liars have, because Charlotte is a trusting individual. That's one of her, I'd say, best qualities. That's one of the reasons I love her channel, right? She's a trusting person, and she's a nice person. She's caring, loving, right? And those types of people want to give everybody the benefit of the doubt and the charity of, you know, the believing them and not thinking that they're worse than the people that they know. The problem is when someone comes out and says, I have hard evidence that Reds and Sean stole fundraiser money, and we need to let our community know that they're doing this so people stop getting their money stolen before the authorities investigate. You would think that by now, after enough of these clips are out there and enough people have heard and seen the evidence, that the people like Charlotte can put their guards up a little more. Before judging someone, make sure you look at the evidence, because either I'm not going to have evidence and that makes me a liar, or what they're telling you, they're not going to have evidence for, which would make them the liar. So, who doesn't have evidence? Is it me? With all of these clips, all of these admissions, all of the tweets, all of the proof, is it me? Or is it them when they have zero clips, even though I stream everything? Everything I say and do, I make sure it's either on scope so that you can pull clips, so that you can actually source me, or it's on my channels so that you can actually grab the evidence and go show people how bad of a person I am. Why is it every time they try to convince you that I'm a liar, they don't have clips to back it up? Why is it when they try to tell you what I said or in a stream or what I did, they can't ever prove it? Because they have to discredit me. If I'm telling the truth about this, if I have evidence to back up this issue, the only way they get out of it is if they lie about me. You gotta wake up. You gotta stop letting people fucking con you. I don't ever ask you guys to believe me. I tell you to believe the fucking evidence. They don't have it. Though, I'm about to show you mine. This is what you need to know. All of their straw men I get to burn down right now with a nuclear bomb. I have systematically allowed each of their defenders to show up, show who they are, so we know who the worms are in this community. Now that we have seen who they are, and we know now the people that are helping them lie and spread these lies about these issues, I will now destroy with a nuclear fire every one of their straw men, every one of their lies, and all their bullshit by playing direct proof that they kept the fundraiser money right now. And I will break it down. The thing that matters about fundraiser fraud is that the donators are giving money not to the intermediary, being Reds and Sean. They are not giving money to the intermediary, Fight the Flat Earth, the scammer. They are giving money to the beneficiary of the charity. Let me get the billboard of doom for this, because I know that Sly Sparkane doesn't understand things unless it's drawn with a fucking crayon and you force him to sit down and stop drooling. It'll take a look. If you are going to give Red's Rhetoric 10K, you are here. Red's Rhetoric is, let's say, Red's soybean red. How do you draw a soybean, Busy? Is it a circle or what? Oh, it's got a little bump in the middle. Let me draw a soybean for Reds here. Okay, there's Reds, and then this is the benefactor of the charity. We'll say Bull's family in this situation. So, if you're going to give Bull's family money, but the person collecting it is Reds because he has a YouTube channel and can let the most people know, do you push a button on GoFundMe so that the money goes straight to the family? Or do you give it to Reds so that he can funnel it into his own bank account and then not ever see any evidence that he actually gave it to the family by cashing the GoFundMe and the PayPal money into his own account? Why would you ever? You have a button. You can push a button on GoFundMe. You used GoFundMe. You set the beneficiary to the family. They have electronic accounts. They've admitted it. You push the button. The family gets the money. You never have to be criticized. But if you are going to, for whatever scummy, nasty lie of a reason, take the money into your own account, the one thing you're required to do by law, not by me, is to prove every step of the money. Okay? You got me? So let's just go with basic charity instead of theirs as an example. You have the donator, you have the soybean, which is Reds, and then you have the benefactor. The goal, the money, does the money belong, who has the money in the beginning? The money belongs to the donator, right? If the donator is giving the money to a charity for the benefactor, the money should go straight to them if the ability is there. It has always been there. It's easy. It's the click of a button. Why would it ever go here? Well, let's just pretend it did. We don't need a reason. We're just going to pretend. So let's draw a line. For some reason, Red's Rhetoric has created a world where he has to have the money go through him before it gets to the beneficiary. So when the money is here, who does it belong to? It belongs to the donator. When the donator gives the money through a PayPal donation to Reds or through GoFundMe that's then deposited to Reds, who does the money belong to when it's here? Does it belong to Reds? No. If it's a charity, it never belongs to Reds. So why do they have that PayPal account linked between him and all the people that help him do fundraisers? Weird. When does the money become the beneficiary's money? The money becomes the beneficiary's money the minute it leaves the donator's hand. So why create the fucking scenario in every fundraiser, like 30 of them, 40 of them, where it goes into Red's and Sean's linked together account? There's only one reason. So listen for this. Ask yourself, why in this scenario we are going to change who they are, So we've got the donator. The donator is the audience. We've got the person who is the benefactor of the money. That is the landlord company. And we have Sean and Reds doing it all the way through PayPal. So it must go here because they've created that scenario. They could have set it up on GoFundMe, and they could have made the landlord company or the person at the landlord company the beneficiary, but they didn't. So we're going to just give it to them in this one scenario. Oh my God, man. That medication makes me so fucking hungry and thirsty. I'm thirsty. Okay. So, we've got the audience. They have to, in this scenario, give the money to Sean and Reds so that it goes to the landlord. In the very beginning, before the donator gives the money, who does the money belong to? The audience, the donator. Then, when it goes here, and it's in their account, who does the money belong to? It belongs to the landlord. They must give the money to the landlord, or they are committing theft by conversion, as every other GoFundMe campaign, fundraiser campaign risen in this way has resulted according to previous cases. The only thing that needs to happen for them to have misappropriated or defrauded this fundraiser is for them to not give the money to the landlord, not to another landlord, not to someone else's landlord. Don't create a dog transporting company so that you can give them the money, so that your friend, don't turn one of your friends into a dog transporting company so you can overpay them by $3,000 to ship a dog. You just got to give the money to that landlord, or because it doesn't belong to you. I don't know why I got to get this kindergarten because of Sly. Dude, Sly is really slow. He is really fucking slow, y'all. I'm sorry. He's as fucking as slow as it gets. So I got to do it like a kindergarten class. In no scenario that where in this entire thing does the money ever belong to Sean and Reds inside their linked account. Ever. Okay? Because if they don't give it to the landlord, then they must give it back to them because they own the fucking money. Where in this scenario does Sean and Reds gain ownership of the money? When? Where? Why? How? Who? Let me know. When did the donator who had them, in order for Reds and Sean to have ownership of the money, the donator would have to give direct permission for Sean and Reds to have their money. That is not what a fundraiser is. This was not a fundraiser to give Sean and Reds money. It was a fundraiser to pay a landlord $8,000 or $7,500 rounded up to $8,000. 75K, 7.5K. So without that landlord getting that money and then saying, hey guys, you've just won the landlord contest of the century. We're going to give you all of your rent money back for your future 10 months of rent. That is the only fucking scenario where Sean and Reds actually own this money, is if the landlord decides when they're about to give it to the landlord to say, no, you keep it. You go buy some crack. You go do something fun. Go give it to your Findom. Go get yourself Findom, baby. You get me? That never happened here. So, Sly, everybody out there who says they didn't steal the fundraiser money, in what scenario do they get ownership? This is what you need to answer instead of your shitty straw men. Instead of you straw manning out like a dumbass, you need to answer this shit. How are they the owners of the fucking money? Why did they get to keep it? Why did they get to spend it on what they wanted? When does it become their fucking money? It never does. They have to give the money back to the audience if the money doesn't go to the landlord. We all know that that's the truth. Now, where did the money go? What does reality say? We're not talking about their flat earth ass bullshit where, well, we know Sean didn't pay the landlord, but magically, bleep, he didn't do nothing wrong. Blink, it's magic. It's flat magic.
This is quite the number, but it's 10,000 US.
Wait a minute. Whose voice is that? Is that the voice of the guy that was threatening to dox me in the clip that I have uploaded to UniRock 2? Is this whole scenario starting to come together now? Is it starting to come together for you? It's not just the donators who have been threatened and doxed and had blackmail and all this other shit. It's not just negative exponents who's been blackmailed. I've shown the proof of that. It's not just anyone else that they get pissed at. It's everyone who tries to criticize them for anything, whether it's harassing women, whether it's keeping fundraiser money, whether it's whatever they do, attacking YouTubers. Now, $10,000 is what they wanted. Do we know that they only raised enough to pay the landlord? Well, we have proof that they are lying about how much money that they took in this fundraiser. We have proof. They took in more than what Sean claims, and we have proof. I'll handle that sometime. For now, let's get, because Sly is so, he needs to change his name to Slow Flat Plane instead of Sly Sparkane. He just can't understand how fundraisers work and how words work when they are spoken to donators and how it all works. So I'm trying to get him there through kindergarten-like presentation. $10,000. Let's go.
And there's actually a very legitimate reason for that. Just to
You do know that there was no way for anyone to know how much money Sean had been given, right? So if he got $20,000 or $30,000, no one would know. No one would know. He very easily could have gotten $20,000 or $30,000.
explain, where I live now, when you break a lease, you have to pay the remainder of said lease. So I'm at 10 months in, left on my lease. So that would be 10 months of rent I would have to pay to not get sued.
Nah, I can't even fathom how anybody could argue against this and then say that a flat earther is stupid. Flat earthers are fucking PhD level compared to these guys, just off of this evidence.
So you paid $7,000.
They have to lie like this. If they don't, they'd incriminate themselves. You realize this? They're pleading the fifth right now. That's what Sean and Reds are doing. They don't want to incriminate themselves by having to talk about this.
$1,450 hard cash check to walk away.
Yes. One of the
You
two.
recognize that not being able to provide that does raise into question the actual payment, and that is an avenue that you could be attacked from.
Yes, I do, but all I can say to that is an eviction will show up on.
An eviction will show up just like it did. He left. He admitted to leaving. You see, this eviction matches reality. He did the fundraiser and literally left town in a wedding gown. He went to his FinDom, financial dominator. That is their own admission through their own live streams, through their own videos. This is not a story. This is the truth. This is what happened. Let me get the billboard of doom so that Sly can follow this. Let's handle the actual fundraiser compared to the eviction papers and why it proves he didn't pay the landlord. And let's do this Barney style. Let's do this. What's that little blue motherfucker name? Let's do this Blues Clues style. Let's go on a fucking like Deborah. Is it Deborah's Adventure? Well, what is it? What's the little like the backpack? I got my backpack. I got my, you know what that is? It's Gabriel. What is up, dude? Hashtag clean money for the uni, baby. What's up, bro? Thank you. And oh, damn, I missed you. God damn, it's good to see you, Gabriel. Fuck, it's been a minute, man. Missed you guys. I'm gonna get excited when I see you because I missed you. I'm gonna shake my shirt. Ooh. Sorry, I was trying to mimic Cheshire. Okay. So we have here my billboard of doom. And before we handle anything else, I want to handle this situation drawn on a billboard so that they get it, because they keep lying their ass off. And for some reason, they think that their lies are going to work. For some reason, they think their lies isn't just going to keep feeding my video that I'm making on this to make it better and better and better. I don't know how to say this enough. Sly, please keep lying. This isn't a bit. This isn't part of an act. I'm not going to argue with Busy. My God, Geist View, Sly, please keep lying. Wolfie620 or whatever it is, if you really are helping them cover for this, please keep doing it. Okay, PLANARWALK, if you really are ignoring this information, my fucking God, please keep ignoring it. Because the more members of your community who we show are purposely hiding this from your fucking donators and audience, just makes it a bigger, more unbelievable story. Though, I would really like for at least Wolfie620 to fucking meet the mark on this and call these guys out exactly as he would for a flat earther. Because he seems like a really honest and ethical and good guy. And it would fucking crush me to find out that Wolfie is one of these dudes. One of these guys that's okay with this bullshit. You know, they want to say that I'm fucking like wrong, that I'm mean. If I'm wrong, you know how to show that I'm wrong. What should have happened is when I went to Reds and Sean, when I messaged them, when their donators messaged them, and they said, you lied in your fundraiser, and if there's an explanation for it, please give it to us. They should have just given it to us instead of attacked us. We tried to get them to explain. What do you think I tried to talk to VM Furball for? You think I wanted to? Do you think I wanted to take a little soy boy that had been shit-talking me all that time, bring him into my Discord server and sit down and have a conversation with him? No. So why did I do it? Because I was hoping he would be able to explain this fucking mess, being someone who sits and talks to them. The level of dishonesty, the level of lying so that his friends can keep... BM, you are just as responsible for a lot of those donators continuing to donate to their fundraisers after I called them out a year ago, because you stepped up and lied and played your game to try to make it look like they were innocent without presenting any evidence whatsoever. Now, here's the kicker, guys. Reds and Sean do not have to present evidence of the globe Earth. They don't have to fly a rocket into space with a fucking camera on it and explain physics behind Coriolis effect and explain the movements of the fucking planetary bodies to be able to prove their case here. You're getting lost in the flat Earth. You are turning into flat earthers, okay? All they have to do to prove that they didn't keep this money is fucking do extremely simple, tiny things. They just tell the truth and do simple, tiny things and instantly could prove beyond any shadow of a doubt that they did not keep money. They have never done that for any fundraiser. Go look at their fucking packets. There's their little document packets they put together. After you get done reading it, ask yourself, do you know how much money they took in? Is it proven? Is it not just stated? Is it proven? And do you know that they gave every dime of that money to the beneficiary? The answer will be no in every single scenario. I've proven that the answer is no, but anyway, here we go. How in the world does this make any sense? Let's break it down for Sly. So we've got a pirate, and that pirate, I don't know how to draw a pirate. Here, it's a stick figure. Let me get a better thing. We got a pirate, and this motherfucker's got a peg leg. Okay. Oh my God. Okay, so here we go. Here's a pirate, and he's got a peg leg. What? This brush sucks. Give me my fucking pen. Yeah, give me it the other way. Okay, we got a pirate, and the pirate has a peg leg. Okay, this is the peg leg pirate. He needs to rent a house. And he needs to move. How do you move? How do you move? Does anybody know? Has any of these people that defend them actually moved? Well, you go to your landlord and you call him on the phone and you say, yo, landlord, I need to move. I met a fendom in another state who specializes in cock and ball torture and sissy training. And that is not a joke. She said this in an interview and uploaded a video to her channel and said this. It's not me making fun. That is the truth. If you describe their kinks, they'll think you're kink shaming them. If you just describe them, because that's how dumb they are. If they don't like you and you describe their kinks, It's kink shaming. If they like you and you describe their kinks, they love you. You know, that polarized thinking? That's what I always call that polarized thinking, that extremist thinking. That is extremist thinking. Anyway. So, if you want to move, you call your landlord and say, hey, I got a problem. I fell in love with a financial dominator. That's a problem on its own, but I got to move in with her. So I need to move. The landlord would say, okay, I'm going to list your apartment and be ready to move out in about a month or a week, or because it won't take long to get somebody. Okay, how much do I have to pay you if I move? I have a lease with you for another 10 months. Well, by law, once I move somebody in, you only have to pay for the time that the apartment was open. Well, I'm going to have to run a fundraiser to make that money because I'm broke. No, you don't have to. This is why landlords charge a security deposit. The security deposit is not only to make sure you don't damage the place, it's also to make sure that if you have any days left over on the month when you move, we have the money for it so that you can't move away and never pay us. Trio says, Uni Furry is on fire. Biz Zin Gers. A symbol? Let's go. So, how does this make sense in Sean's world? We've got, hey, I'm going to move. Okay, you got to pay me for the rest of your lease. Well, how much is that? $8,450? Yes. When are you giving it to me? How about in 5 days after a fundraiser? Okay, I'm going to move somebody in, though, in a month as soon as you move. Wait a minute. So that means you'd be keeping the next 10 months of rent that I gave you and charging whoever moved in for each month of rent when they're there. Yeah, that's true. That's legal. Yay. How does this make sense? Break it down for me in the chat. Let's try it on the screen. So that would mean you've got 10 months. I miss my old Billboard of Doom, guys. Okay, this is 10, even though I don't 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, it's 8, but it's 10 months. So when Sean pays for this 10 months, all right, and he moves on this month. Now, the landlord company cannot charge. Okay, on the bottom, he's got a person that moves in right after Sean. The landlord company cannot charge this, and this to both people. So, who has to pay the rent for the 10 months if they move someone else in? Is it Sean? Do you have a sound effect for a no? It's like Avengers, Biz Vengers. Oh, gotcha, Trio. I thought, yeah, that's what I thought when I read it. So, I followed you, buddy. I followed you. So, does Sean have to pay for each of these months, and the person that moved in have to pay for each of these months? No, it is illegal. This is like, that is fraud. The landlord would then be engaging. What's the word? Somebody type it in the chat. It is, it's not rental fraud. There's a word for it. I've heard it used. Maybe it's because I heard Sean use it that night describing his landlord. But it's a type of rental fraud. It's a type of housing fraud. Somebody will eventually type it. So what happens in the scenario where Sean pays 10 months of rent but then moves? The landlord moves someone else in, and let's just pretend that they're telling the truth, that they gave the landlord the money. Let's pretend it. Why would, for one, it doesn't make sense because the eviction happened, and the eviction was to kick him out so they could move someone in. The eviction happened because he didn't give any money to the landlord to rent the place for the next 10 months. And in order to get somebody else in the property, they had to move someone in. I feel like I'm in preschool describing this to you. I feel like I'm in preschool. Okay? So, why is it that Sly Sparkane and all of the defenders of these guys, everywhere else, like Chest Hair and all of them, why is it that they don't address any of this when this is the problem. This is the issue. The issue is, according to Red's Rhetoric and Sean, there is what I like to call landlord conspiracy theory. What was it? I forget. Gabriel, 10K and Z Nation earned his name. 10K Bagger didn't. You know it, bro. Okay, hold on. I just lost my train of thought. Looks like you're trying to sell lawn service of some kind. Nice artwork. It does. It looks like we're opening a lawn mowing company, doesn't it? Okay, is it landlord conspiracy? I just had this on Periscope 2 days ago. It's not landlord conspiracy. It's rental. It is landlord rental conspiracy theorist. I had the best name for this conspiracy and I forgot it. See, what Sean and Red's Fight the Flat Earth and Sly Sparkane are is landlord conspiracy theorists. They have a conspiracy theory that they believe in, that Sean Hufford can pay his landlord 10 months of rent, but the landlord can evict him literally a month later and move someone else in so that that person is paying the rent at the same place. And this is logical, this is legal, and this is why they took the $10,000. This is why they are currently arguing it for the last 2 weeks, makes them, the last month, well, really the last year, makes them landlord conspiracy theorists. Landlord conspiracy theorists steal money from the audience, use the conspiracy theory to change the word steal into the word hero, and then they, in their mind, can keep stealing the money. And that's why this conspiracy theory is much more dangerous than the flat earth, because yes, when people believe in the flat earth, it does sometimes lead to them taking money for fundraisers, taking money for other things, right? Though, most scenarios, the average believer of the flat earth, other than in those extremist rare examples, believe in it because of religious reasons. I shouldn't even have to say this. This is getting boring. Jesus fucking Christ. So what is the problem right now? Now that I've shown I have met my burden of proof, let me make sure that everybody sees it. Because for fuck's sake, when I played Sean's words a year ago, I met my burden of proof. For fuck's sakes, when I fucking criticized these guys on Periscope, I met my burden of proof. And I've had the burden of proof the whole time. Because Sly Sparkane is a liar. Reds and Sean and Fight are literal liars. Provable liars. They can just say that I haven't met the burden of proof and then scream and yell and attack people and throw fits and boom out, and it's okay in their mind. See, they aren't showing any explanation, any logic, or any reasoning for why Sean can take this money this way but not be ripping off their audience, though magically they just spit jargon out of their mouth and then they will act like they didn't steal the money and that everything's fine. Because people like WOLFIE620, PLANARWALK, and these other people are supporting them while they're doing this instead of fucking calling them out, even though they will call out a flat earther for literally the same fucking thing. This is Wolfie calling out a flat earther for using a fundraiser to buy a drone, but then never showing any drone footage. That is the same thing that Sean Hufford did in a fundraiser about a year before this fundraiser. You see where I'm going with this? He needs to move into his closet. He'd solve some problems if he moved into his closet, you know? He would solve some problems. Steve is the one who lives in a closet and it solves Steve's problems. Yeah, that's all Sean needs to do. Instead of running these fundraisers, move into your closet. So am I attacking WOLFIE620? No. Am I attacking PLANARWALK? No. I am saying, because that's what BM Furball would say, Uni's going to attack everybody because we got to build him into a monster because he calls us out for stealing money. Yeah! We're the good guys. He's the bad guy. We steal the money, but he's the bad guy. I'm not attacking WOLFIE620 or PLANARWALK. I am saying that it's possible that they do not know that this is going on. It's possible that they don't you know, go out and watch a lot of stuff on YouTube, and that they just try to get by, make content, and like I did in the beginning, sometimes they get contacted by, we already know that these guys try to contact any creator around them incessantly to try to get that creator to come on their show or to try to go on that creator's show. We know this factually. We've watched them do this so many different times, right? That it's just logical, because I exposed Fight and Reds, which before that, they weren't really doing these types of collabs that often. They were doing the collabs more inside their own little group of like liars, like the Racist Beaver and others that go hang out. But because he knows, he's seen the truth in this, and he's fine sitting there streaming with them and lying for them, knowing that he's seen all of this. What is it that should happen between here and now for this to go away? What needs to happen for this to just go away, right? For people to say that this is too much, you can't steal from your community, you cannot run fundraisers like this and then just keep the fucking money, and you cannot just invent a problem, right, and run a massively high fundraiser to take from your community and then keep the money, which is what they do. But it gets even worse, because I want the spreadsheet, please, that shows a lot of fundraisers. And remember, we're not even showing all of them. But what should happen is, if you have criticized a flat earther like WOLFIE620 did for fundraiser fraud, if you have criticized a flat earther for anything that is of a lesser severity than stealing $10,000, then you are the type of person that is telling your audience you will call out people if they do this stuff, especially those closest to you, because you're not just putting on an act. You do care about the community that supports you. You do care about the fucking donators out there. So therefore, if somebody is ripping those donators off and they are in your own community, you are going to tell your audience so that they don't keep doing it. So the audience, before donating to any more fundraisers these guys do, know that they're not going to account. They're going to funnel it into their own account, and you're never going to find out whether they gave the money to who they said they did. They're just going to tell you they did. They're never going to prove it. So, do Reds and Sean have to be called out forever? Well, no. People stopped calling them out a year ago. It wasn't just me. And during that time, people didn't give a fuck to call them out anymore. We said to ourselves, you know, people that this information's out there. Anyone out there can go look at it and ask themselves if it meets the burden of proof to say that these guys stole the money. If it doesn't, then somebody can make a video and prove why it doesn't meet the burden of proof. But Sly Sparkane's the only one that's done that, and his video does not address any of this. It's a straw man wrapped in a straw man. He tries to debunk fucking the eviction papers. The eviction papers are real. You can go to the website and download them yourself. Debunking the eviction papers is not going to help him, because the judge ruled on it in a court of law. You'd need to get a hold of the judge and literally get this reversed if you're trying to say that he paid that landlord, right? Because what matters is if he paid the fucking landlord. That balance slip on that fucking right here I don't know if this is what Sly said. Oh, here we go. We've got a list of their fundraisers on the screen. The balance slip that says 0 on this on these papers is showing that Sean did not pay. You see? Here, I got him up here. There we go. They're a lot easier to see further in the video. You can pause. I put them in the video like this so you could pause it, put it on full screen, and read all of it. That way you've got these, and for anybody that needs these can have them. They've been redacted. That little 0 right there means that Sean didn't give the company $10,000. He wasn't in the apartment. He had fled the apartment and trashed the place, leaving some of his stuff there that they needed to pay someone $100 to go move it out and clean it. And they needed to go to court because the landlord cannot go into that apartment legally at all if you are renting it. If Sean rents it and then disappears and doesn't turn in his keys and clear his balance, then in order for the landlord to get into the place, they have to go to court, They got to evict him so that they get the paper. Then the sheriff goes and opens the door, gets all the shit out, and then you can clean the place, paint the place, do what you got to do, and move somebody else in. And that's exactly what this company did. The company didn't do it at the end of the 10 months because Sean didn't pay the 10 months. If he wants to debunk me, if Sly wants to debunk me, you need to debunk that. Not the straw man you're purposely trying to distract with, because I'm not going to play that game. At the end of your video, do you prove that he paid the landlord? Then the fundraiser is fraudulent, so why are you trying to fight with me? You can either prove that he paid the landlord and that the landlord lied and illegally went to the courts and evicted Sean, and then you need to get a lawyer and sue him for doing that and turn him into the police because that's illegal. Or you can, and you need to show that you paid the landlord and all that. Or you could just apologize for ripping off your fucking community, disavow Sean and Reds for lying for an entire year after this, tell them they're not welcome in the community anymore, or tell them that you can't run any more fundraisers without everybody objecting, because Reds just promises to do more and more and more and more, because Reds doesn't fucking make money on YouTube for like the last few years without a fundraiser. That's why this is happening, in my opinion. But you can come up with your own theories and your own opinions as long as they go in line with the evidence. Because if your opinions or theories do not go in line with the evidence, that is what criticism is for, Sly. Criticism is not something that you do just to try to distract from the problem at hand. Criticism has a goal. Criticism is something that needs to be put out. It may not be something fun to put out or entertaining to put out. It's why I never give viewers talking about this dumb shit. But I'm talking about it because there is a community of people that constantly ask their audience to donate to them, that ask their audience to support their work, that ask their audience to donate to fundraisers. But these guys are fucking sapping that money and taking and stealing that money by lying about what is going on with those conditions. It's akin to somebody selling you a computer that they say is worth $5,000, but they're going to cut you a deal and sell it to you for $1,000. So you go buy it from them, you go look up the fucking processor, and it is a $100 computer. It's junk. It's from 20 years ago. They just put in they took the parts and put it in a really new case. So you go back to them and say, I want my $1,000 back. You stole from me. And they look at you and say, I didn't steal from you. You gave me that money for that computer. And because you did, it's legal. You legally gave me the money. I legally gave you a computer. And you say, no, you said it was a $5,000 computer. It's a $100 computer. You ripped me off. I want my money back. Sean and Reds are saying, oh no, once that money leaves your hand, it's ours. If we can dupe you into donating to a charity that you know we're funneling into our bank account, then why are you mad at us for keeping your money? You know it's going in my bank account. Why are you getting pissed? That's their attitude. They don't think, they literally have said this, they don't think they should have to account for their fundraiser, even if they tell you they're going to when they run it. They do all of this to keep the money. So are you going to get mad because me and other YouTubers make videos to call these guys out as time goes forward? Is that going to piss people off? It shouldn't. It should make people happy that we're telling them the truth about what these guys are doing, that somebody is getting the information out there. But that's not what's going on, because Negative Exponents has been harassed. He's been cyber stalked. He's had threats of doxing. People like Geistview and Sly keep trying to insinuate to him that they know where he lives, which I think is fucked. And all of it is because these people are close into the group with Reds and Fight the Flat Earth. So a lot of people donate to Fight the Flat Earth and they join his channel and watch him, right? They do it because Fight says he's there to fight the stupid, right? What if I showed you that Fight the Flat Earth is a flat earther? He is a conspiracy theorist, and he's trying to fool people into thinking that he is a glober that is really smart, that he is just a regular old con man just like Reds and the rest of them. Would you be surprised to hear that? Well, the thing that Fight the Flat Earth has not been telling anybody is that he's been accused of running cons on the internet many times before. And there are people out there who have documented some of these things, and they're supposed to be reaching out to me with full details of what's going on very soon. But until then, some people were nice enough to hook us up with some of Fight the Flat Earth's archived Twitter messages that he sent out before his accounts were terminated due to harassment, cyber stalking, and threats, real-world threats against people. Before I expose Fight the Flat Earth as the crowdsourced con man that he is, let's show you just some of the fundraisers that they've done. Just some of them. And this is going to total $220,311 that they've asked for, and $113,952.30 that they have received, provably, with every link, with every bit of evidence, with every single live stream. And none of these fundraisers, even though the majority of them had promised to account, were ever accounted for after they were funneled into Reds, Rhetoric, Sean.
Yo, this is Fight the Flat Earth's wife's Twitter. We're talking about how she fucked up shaving his head, and how her 5-year-old daughter hates looking at her dad's butt crack. Amazing.
Hufford and the rest of their friends linked fundraiser account. Let me show it to you so that we can show you who Fight the Flat Earth really is. He's not the guy who he plays on fake TV. Do you see that number? $220,000. 311 asked for, requested, with victimhood, with I can't make the money myself. It's not for emergencies. It's for me to funnel into my bank account fundraisers. And out of the ones that we can track and actually assign a number to that they have stated, $113,952.30, all hosted between the same friend group that physically know each other in real life but present themselves as internet acquaintances on YouTube. Look at it again. Look at it. Why do they lie if this is a charity? Why don't they tell the truth and do it the right way if it is what they say it is? Why were any of these funneled into that bank account when they shouldn't have been? And why do they attack people and fight them for just talking about this and lie about them, slander them, defame them, when everybody is showing full proof? If we were lying, Reds could pull up our streams and debunk us somehow. But he doesn't have anything to debunk us, even though he has access to the account where he could prove that they did get what they said they got and they did use it for what they said they were going to. That's what an accounting is. An accounting is doing the same thing that GoFundMe gives you yourself. If you choose not to use GoFundMe, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. If you choose to use GoFundMe, but then deposit the money into your own account, then it is on you to account for the total amount of money that you got and to account that you gave the money to who you said you were going to, because you've taken that away from the donators by depositing the money into your own account and in tandem taking money in on PayPal. This happened in several fundraisers. Also, in every fundraiser where the money hits their account and people say, well, we can't get a accounting now because you just deposited it into your own account. Why did you deposit it into your own account? Red says, because we've always done it this way. Why would we change it now? And then attacks the person, threatens the person. And this is when those people that ask these questions leave his community and try to find a YouTuber who will talk about this to give their evidence to. And because I've accepted all the evidence from any donator who can show me proof in this, I've built this report with the original donators to try and get help from people who aren't con men like WOLFIE620 or anyone else in the fucking community to let their audience know this is happening. Reds has had over a year and a half to fix the situation. He could do it in 20 seconds due to the fact that he is the controller of the information. He is the person who holds the truth. He holds what really happened. And he is the one lying. He is the one using his audience. He is the one with Fight the Flat Earth trying to create an out, trying to get people to be silenced, like they did to negative exponents just recently. I could show you the harassment that they've given towards negative exponents. I could show it to you. It's disgusting. And they don't even try to hide it. They went on streams, trying to kick negative exponents out of the community. Fight the Flat Earth says that negative exponents is a liar and a uni stooge. Fight the Flat Earth says that anybody who asks him evidenced valid questions about why he's doing what he's doing is a flat earther and a liar, and he's a big internet tough guy and he can do whatever he wants. He's immune to criticism. Everybody else isn't, though. So let's find out who Fight the Flat Earth was just days before he rebranded and started fighting his internet tough guy campaign. So, like I said, let's go into phase 3. Phase 1, I showed you Sean specifically saying what he needed the money for in the fundraiser. Phase 2, and that he didn't pay the landlord with hard evidence that's made him run away from the internet weeks ago and hide after he had been so confident to call me a liar and attack me for the last year. Every fucking day, every week, he didn't go without attacking and lying about me with Reds and the rest of them. That's what soy boy, passive-aggressive internet tough guys do. They don't respond with evidence and arguments. They respond with bullshit, lies, and slander and harassment campaigns. But since they are soy boy internet tough guys, all that ends up happening is people lol at them why they pretend to be tough. Because they're not tough, or it might work. Now, phase 1, the evidence is there. You can go to my video and pause it and read all of it. See it with your own eyes. They conned the donators. They lied to the donators. They lied to us. Phase 2, I brought in the fact that any YouTuber that is sitting here acting like flat earthers are stupid while sitting next to these guys robbing their community with all of these fundraisers. These fundraisers are just a short list. They have done so many more than this that they have sapped an unknowable number out of this. This number is legit. This number is the verified number, which means it is the base minimum number that they admitted to taking in certain fundraisers. It is entirely possible that they took way more money in these fundraisers than this. It is extremely possible because the information isn't accounted for. It's not proven. It's their word of mouth. We have not seen any verification of what they took in. We have to take what they say they made and put it on this list. So they most likely, in my opinion, the number is between 200 and 400,000 that they took in. And they've asked for much, much more. Though, if we took every fundraiser they did and assigned the amount that the amount like in this column, that's what this is, all their fundraisers for the amount they asked for here, and we included every fundraiser, this number would be enormous. We are just trying to give you the evidence to look at what they've done, what we can prove through their videos, okay? This doesn't include behind the scenes fundraisers that some of their donators have proven to me are happening in the background. They have shown me evidence that they do fundraisers behind the scenes in between every single month and a half to 2 months that they run one of these. So if they ever get low on money, they hit up a high tier rich donator with a sap victimed excuse and get money then, which I'm sorry to say, I don't know how legal all this is or whatever. I don't care. I don't give a fuck about all that. The donators are the ones that gave the money. So I don't have a vested interest in the entire legal aspect of it. I care that we stop them on the internet from robbing people of the truth of what's going on by not talking about it just because it's Fight the Flat Earth and Red's Rhetoric. If it was a flat earther like Nathan Oakley that was on this list with Sleeping Warrior next to him and with Nathan Thompson next to him and Quantum Eraser, this would be the biggest story in the debunking community all across the board. Thunderfoot would be talking about it. Everybody would pick it up. It would be an incredible story. The reason why these people aren't reporting on it is because they are biased. They are worried about themselves. Now, I'm not saying Wolfie is. It's possible Wolfie doesn't know about this. PLANARWALK knows about this. He won't open his mouth. But guess what PLANARWALK will do, y'all? PLANARWALK will not talk about this, even though he knows that this has happened and is still happening. But he'll talk about Nathan fucking Oakley. He'll talk about Nathan Thompson. Why, if he talks about Nathan Thompson, did he not talk about Nathan Thompson running a fraudulent fundraiser a week and a half ago? Why didn't Fight the Flat Earth, someone who talks about everything Nathan Thompson's ever done, why did Fight the Flat Earth not report on a fraudulent fundraiser that Nathan Thompson publicly ran on live streams a week and a half ago. Why did none of the other channels close to these guys report on it? But some of their friends, on the very night that the story broke about Nathan Thompson doing the fundraiser, the fraudulent fundraiser, and keeping the money, guess what one of their friends did? One of the people that helped cover up their crimes. Glober Mom, guess what she did? She played an old debate between Nathan Thompson and FTFE on the very night that this story broke to try to distract from the fact that their donators might go see Nathan Thompson running a fraudulent fundraiser and start talking about fraudulent fundraisers at the same time that Fight and Reds are being exposed with hard evidence for running very high dollar fraudulent fundraisers. They use these kind of tactics to try and protect these guys. Glober Mom wants you to click her Nathan Thompson video and be stuck there watching it so that you don't go to a different stream that's not affiliated with these guys and find out that the flat earthers out there, Red's Rhetoric, Fight the Flat Earth, who is also a flat earther, and Nathan Thompson are all running fraudulent fundraisers in the last few months. It's a cover-up. It is a purposeful, chosen cover-up. They don't want to lose their community. If these channels fall, Glober Mom will lose her Discord role as a moderator and whatever. If these communities fall, then Glober Mom, who makes money off of Fight the Flat Earth, Red's Rhetoric shouting her out and doing these things, doesn't get as much money on Patreon and donos. And this is why I'll go out on a limb with Wolfie. Good people like Wolfie getting involved in this and getting pulled into this are also people who these guys are using to try to replace the donators that they've lost, with Wolfie coming in with his bigger channel, advertising it on his bigger channel, trying to get some of Wolfie's donators over to Fight and Reds so they can replace the money that has been lost in the exposing of their fraudulent fundraisers in the last few months. Though, Fight is worse than you'd ever know. So, if Fight the Flat Earth really is a guy who cares about physics, if he really is a guy who cares about, debunking, if he is a guy who is, let's say, ethical and moral and all of that enough to run fundraisers, and if he is a guy who should be taking in money and all this and doing all this crazy stuff, why is Fight the Flat Earth a fucking troll who tries to bully flat earthers, threaten flat earthers, and harass them until Twitter bans his account and he has to start ban evading? Well, let's take a look at what Fight did to lose his account so you can understand that Fight is a conspiracy theorist who's playing the role of a debunker so that he can make money off of the sheep out there in the mainstream media area. Let me show you the proof. Fight the Flat Earth is a soy boy internet tough guy. This is just an accurate description of him. No shade. So Fight the Flat Earth gets in arguments with flat earthers that end in him threatening them in real life with violence, or threatening to have their kids taken by social services, or saying any other thing he can to try to harass, dox, threaten, and create the fear that he wants to create to bully flat earthers and shit on them so that he can, when he gets his feelings hurt and when he gets upset. Here's some evidence. Very judgmental, aren't you? Fluoride nonsense as well. Please tell me you aren't an anti-vaxxer. Your kids hit a hard enough time already with a dad like you. What's it got to do with you? You're a child abuse accuser. Have you proved that yet? Have you proved a bent level yet? What about that bendy straight line? You don't seem to be doing too well, do you? I just point out facts, like the one you are harming your child. Dude, I've never harmed my child. What are you talking about? You realize this is a public forum, right? That's libel. Do you have any evidence at all to say that I'm harming my children? Or should we take this to the police? Should we see what they think of this kind of stuff? Get my lawnmower advertisement out of there. I'll take it to child services and see what they think. This is a common thing from Fight the Flat Earth. When Fight the Flat Earth heard that I was criticizing him for ignoring the hard evidence against Red's rhetoric, but sitting on his show trying to kick negative exponents out of his community, talking about how he should be kicked out of his community for picking on a creator with 1,000 subs, while he's lying to defend a creator with 30,000 subs, stealing $10,000 from his community, and that's what Fight was doing. I criticized him, so he threatened to sue me. He threatened to come at me. He started trying to play the internet tough guy game with me. Well, Fight, I accept your challenge to drop nukes on me, and I will retaliate with exposing you as a soy boy. So let's see who works better at this. And do you think that this is Lorga Freeman and this is Fight the Flat Earth Scammers USA showing Fight the Flat Earth's oh, hold on, I'm gonna skip that one. I'll show it at the end. Okay, so here is some of his okay, no, that's another one. That's his wife talking shit, so I'll skip that, even though I shouldn't. I'm not like him though. So he says, I will be debating you tonight. Are you going to ignore me? You're a bully and a coward. And if you speak to your kids about this, then you're also a child abuser. So Fight the Flat Earth, who is in a country like the USA, which allows people the freedom of religion, goes around telling people that they are abusing their children on public forums, many different people, multiple times, when they call him out for what he's done in the past, and I'm about to tell you what it is and show you what it is, but he tries to threaten them, call them names, insult them, and then say that they abuse their own children when he gets his feelings hurt due to people calling him out for being such a soy boy. These tweets prove this. What is the other proof to the fact that he's done this so much? He has permanently lost his Twitter account several times, and he is ban evading on Twitter, creating a new Twitter account as we speak. He can shit on flat earthers all day. You can find videos where he's saying that flat earthers are ban evading and it makes them idiots and shit. He will go out and say that flat earthers accusing Globers of abusing their kids is messed up and fucked up. And he will basically hypocritically try to attack and harass anyone he can against all of the things he says on his show. Why does a logical person do that? Why does an evidenced person do that? Oh, I know, because he's a conspiracy theorist that told people a long time ago he was going to pretend to debunk flatties and then put on the role of it. And I know you're going to say I'm crazy, but just hold on until I get to the screenshots. We've got more. We'll be having a chat about this very topic in tonight's show. Also, my youngest son thinks you're weird. Fight says, your youngest son has you as a father. I hope you do talk about it, as I will be recording to make a video exposing your child abuse. And he says, you've got to get your content somehow. That's true. The people that are supporting Fight the Flat Earth are literally supporting him acting like this out in the community. He just doesn't like putting it on his channel because he knows it won't get donations. But you've seen him, while he's live, go into his soy boy rages, where he thinks he's better than everybody else because he's smarter and handsomer and tougher and stronger. I don't see it. When I look at him, I see the opposite of what he acts like he is. I see a phony, a big fat phony. This person says, what's this Twitter support? Should a YouTube creator be able to publicly accuse somebody like this? I'm calling you out in my next video as a child abuser. Thanks for confirming you do in fact abuse your children. This is on July of 2019. This is not that long ago. This is not that long ago. I got to check this one. Hold on. There's some stuff I just don't want to show that I'm just going to keep in my pocket. All right. This person says, still running at 5 frames per second, or are we up to 10 FPS now? Because Fight was a really bad gamer. His streams ran literally like, you know, choppy. He says, was never that low, you cretin. Dropped to 10 FPS for like a second in the first of DF video. Now a pretty much consistent 30 frames per second at 4K. Well done. I bet your parents are proud. This is them proving to me that he was a video gamer before he was a conspiracy theorist video gamer before he was a flat earther. Because he is one. He's just hiding it. This person says, these scammers are being identified, broken down, and exposed. Now for my next trick. Watch out. You must got the same thing my friend had, so I know what's coming to you. I'll still be here when you ain't. And how's the family? You want to come at me? You think messing with my family and using me to threaten is big? You fucked up. Are you in Scotland? I'm gonna find you. He said, find me, lol. Now, the reason he said that about his family is because his family was, he was publicly talking about his family, according to the person that sent me this. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't care. And because he publicly talked about it on Twitter, this dude responded about it, and he literally talks about going to find him to beat him up. This is when he lost one of his first Twitter accounts. He's been ban evading for a really long time, just so you know. Oh, I already have that one. Hold on. He says, what the fuck are you on about? Engine oil, this stuff treats my pain better than anything. Cannabis for the win. It's a magic thing that has been proven to kill cancer. What is your beef? Are you mental? That's right. He went around trying to push some type of cannabis or cannabis oil and was trying to sell it according to this person. I don't know if the selling part is true or not, but I'm just telling you that's the claim. Though I've been provided a massive amount of proof that he is a full-on denier of science when it comes to marijuana and medical marijuana, and he says it can cure all cancers and fix people if they smoke it. And he pushed this heavy. Now, maybe he's learned since then and become more scientific. That's fine. I'm just telling you that this is who he is. A tough, internet tough guy, threatener of people, using their kids and family to threaten them. And when he gets mad, and I'm not going to show more, but there is a lot. When he gets angry, he threatens to come find you, to come kick your ass, to come fight, and all that. Now, I know that we all see what he looks like, and we know that he couldn't fight a 12-year-old for a cookie and win. The 12-year-old would whoop his ass, but still. The point is, a lot of people act like internet tough guys on the internet. A lot of people do that at some time in their life, and then they grow out of it, and who cares? It's just something that they do, right? Well, my thing is, the minute that Fight got involved with Reds, and the evidence came out that he and Reds and Sean, people wanted to know why Fight was in the side chat with Sean Hufford when he was lying about the fundraiser for the apartment. Fight was continually sharing Sean's PayPal link in the side chat, tagging people to donate, and I have this in my video. In fact, you're not going to believe me unless I show it, and it's literally right after this, so let's go find it. Hold up. My point is that Fight is in still, and when that happened, when people started questioning Fight, what his role was in the fundraisers and why he was trying to help them take this money, Fight responded by threatening them. He responded by threatening to sue. slander and libel, and he responded by being a big internet tough guy. Then went on a stream with Red's Rhetoric. Here he is, Fight the Flat Earth, sharing the hell out of that PayPal link while Sean Hufford is lying about why he needs the money. Fight's not questioning Sean. Fight's not saying, Sean, that's not how rentals work. Sean, you wouldn't need $10,000 to move. That's crazy. And while all this is going down, Fight is just, you know, helping him do it. And people were questioning him. And that's when Fight started to do all the things that I've been shown in these screenshots. Many of them I haven't even opened here because it's just a lot of gross ass shit and soy boy internet tough guy garbage. And it'll be good for a video here in the future that I'm working on. But the point is that when this comes out, Fight starts doing those same things in response in the DMs and in the on Twitter and on his stream. He says that Negative Exponents is just lying and that Negative doesn't know what he's talking about. Now, Negative wasn't even disrespectful. Negative was respectful to everybody and used proof, had proof. He saw the proof, asked them politely about the proof because he thought they were his friends. And Negative had to find out that they will attack even smaller creators in their own community and try to kick them out of a community that Negative has been in longer than they have so that they can protect their fundraisers. So that Fight can protect his friends. Because I've also been told what's really going on with Fight the Flat Earth and Red's Rhetoric. And when you hear it, you're gonna fucking laugh so hard that you're gonna fall out of your chair and then keep laughing until you roll away from the fucking television screen. And then you're gonna keep laughing while you roll around until you pass out from exhaustion because it's just pathetic and fucking funny. Why don't I go ahead and tell you that now? All right, so what's really going on behind the scenes with Fight the Flat Earth and Reds and other people over the last couple years is as follows. This is brought to me by people that have been close to them that they have kicked out of their inner circle for asking questions, donators that have been kicked out of their community for asking questions, and other people that have been kicked out of the community for telling other people about the proof that's happened with these guys. They've all been going around revealing all the things that are going on. All their dirty secrets are coming out. I was on Periscope telling people that I've only told you 10% of what is out there. And that's the truth. It's more like 1%. But by the end of it, I'm going to, not even show a huge amount of stuff. So it's only going to be 10%. My final video will probably be 2 hours long. It's going to be one of the longest videos I've ever done. It's going to be one of the most complete, one of the most sourced, and one of the most evidenced, because these guys have left so much evidence out there for what they really are and what they've been doing that it's going to be a 2-hour video just to tell the story. Fight the Flat Earth is an internet tough guy with Reds and the rest of those people in that circle. They like to go and try to go to Wikipedia. This is what I was told. You don't have to believe it. They like to go to Wikipedia. They like to watch better debunkers out there who go and explain concepts and give them the debunk, the conceptual debunk for whatever it is they need on their channel. So once they go watch all these creators or ask somebody in the community who actually has a degree or whatever, what it is they can say to debunk it, then they go on their streams and act like they've learned this from school. They remember this and that the flat earther is dumb and all this stuff, okay? So they make some notes or whatever and go and try to make their videos. If you ever go watch any of his stuff, the clips that I've been shown, and maybe I was just shown too many clips where he's sitting there yelling at a flat earther, acting like he's better than a flat earther, or calling a flat earther dumb for some, with a lot of, the thing I don't like is it's okay to insult them if you're joking around and being funny, but you still can't act like they're not people who have a right to believe what they believe. when you're threatening them, when you are challenging a flat earther to a debate, and in the background, you are telling them that you're going to get their kids taken away because flat earthers are abusing their kids. Why is it that he is such a drastic change of a person on his screen? Why doesn't he do that during debates? I think it's because he doesn't want the audience to get mad at him. Though, Red's Rhetoric started buddying up to fight not long after they realized it was right around the time that Steb and Reds realized they weren't going to get back the non sequitur show the way they wanted it. When they read the judgment for the non sec show, it said that that Kyle and Steve both have 50-50 now. Steve got 50-50 with Kyle, and Reds knew that Kyle's never going to allow anything on that channel, and he's going to fight it or whatever he's got to do. And so when Reds lost faith that they were going to take the hostile takeover of non-sec was going to work, he started to try to go to all these other creators in the community and get on their show. And man, I don't, my job's not doing good, and my fundraisers aren't doing good, and UniRock's destroying my following. You know, can I come on your show because Uni's such a liar and I'm such a victim of Uni? And can maybe like I do a video with you every week or something and keep half the ad revenue and da-da. And eventually Reds started to build a relationship with Fight when he said, yeah, you can come on here and there, and started hanging with them. Now, here's how the story goes. Now, I heard this from a YouTube creator with a lot of subs who knows what he's talking about because he knows these guys. That Fight, every time a flat earther insults him during a debate or on Twitter, Fight will bawl his fucking eyes out for hours in Discord and in Google Hangouts with YouTube creators, crying, snot pouring down his face, bawling his eyes out about how that mean flat earther hurt his feelings, or that mean other YouTuber is being a dick to him. So my point to tell you this, and I didn't know if I was going to, I thought, you know, why don't I just not go into those things? But you do need to see the drastic difference between who they really are and what they portray on their show. Because they're the people hypocritically going around shitting on everybody, not debunking them. Yeah, you can do some comedy, you can do some fun stuff, maybe throw some insults in there sometimes. I used to do it. I felt bad for doing it. I tried to stop doing it as much. Unless it's ironic, unless it fits the situation, I try not to do it. I feel bad if my comedy doesn't fit the situation. If it does, I'm good. Though he, on the other hand, is the absolute opposite of what he presents, not just when it comes to his content. You need to understand his personality and the way he is and the things he's done publicly, because there's a lot of it. He is prolific with how much he fights with people, argues with people, threatens people, and does these things. And there's screenshots to prove it. Plus, there's a lot of stories out there. Why do you think that flat earthers target him like crazy? Because, and Reds and Sean, but they started targeting Fight when Reds and Sean went quieter, because Fight literally is the biggest hypocrite out there in the debunking community. And the only reason he even got subs, if you look at Social Blade, is because he went to bigger creators and buddied up to them asking if they could help him out because his views weren't doing good, and they worked with him. And every time he's worked with those bigger creators, he's gained a few thousand subs. I was pretty shocked when I was shown this, but they can show it to you. There's people out there who've been showing this on their videos and criticizing him. The point is, if he was just doing that, who cares? If he's just picking on flatties, the flatties can defend themselves. They're all adults. But when Craig is defending Reds, and when he's defending fucking Sean and lying for them and trolling for them, he is willing to sit on his show and act like I'm the bad guy or Negative Exponents is the bad guy, when we are forced to look at evidence in these cases and talk about it. We are forced to call out them stealing from this community because Negative and I care about the community. I know it sounds cheesy and shit, but if you guys are being stolen from by one of these YouTubers out there, someone has to tell you. If there's hard evidence backing it up, what the fuck do we do? Do we just keep quiet and say, well, let them fucking rip everybody off forever? No, you got to say something. People have to do something, especially when the Dono Bros say that it's going to be time for things to pick up to get this investigated. But how is it not going to be investigated? How? Tell me. Somebody fucking tell me. Somebody in one of these assholes out in the community, do me a solid. The people that defend these guys, tell me. How in the fuck do you not call this out? How? They don't stop. They are running a fucking criminal level charity fraud here. Now, I'm telling you, look, I don't know anything about this, but I'm going to tell you what I was told. You can correct me in the comments section, but when you do X amount of charities like this, and if they hit a certain amount of money and certain conditions, you have to register with the government and report those charities so that there is an oversight on your charities due to the amount of charity fraud that exists in the world. This is a charity fraud when they are taking in this much money, according to the regulations that these people are showing me, that they are, since they is all being ran and filtered through the same people. Now, they're not even supposed to be filtering this money through their own accounts if they meet the criteria to be now you can't even do it for small fundraisers, even if you do a couple. But imagine how severe it is when these fundraisers hit the amount of over $200,000, $300,000. We can already show you factually that they are taking over $100,000 and asking for over $2 million, that the same people are involved and a lot of the money gets filtered into that same account when it should never. That's the main point. They, running this many charities, are breaking some fucking laws, according to people that are investigating this, by funneling the money into their own account when taking this much money. They act like taking this much money is nothing. They act like it's just like, so what? We fucking, fundraised $200,000 or $115,000 base dollars from a very small community on YouTube. So what? Why don't you do it, Uni? Why don't you run some fundraisers from your audience? Why don't you fucking hit them up every month, right? And I now want to go into several arguments I've heard from really respected members of this community to why just the amount of fundraisers that Reds has done for himself alone, just the amount of fundraisers that Sean has done for himself, and just the amount of fundraisers that their friends have done for only themselves. So not the totality, but each individual's running the amount of fundraisers they did. I'm going to present you the logic of why it's so scummy, then present you the logic of why charity fraud is scummy. Then I think I'm going to pull up the live chat and see if there's anything I've missed from anyone out there so that I can go through more of Charlotte's video. So let's get this done, starting off with why the personality type of a fake debunker soy boy internet tough guy is one of the only personality types on the internet that you're going to find running constant fundraisers that benefit themselves. And let me tell you what I mean. All right. What is the concept of charity? Remember, we got to break this down on like the kid level, the preschool level. What is the concept of charity? It is you helping another person out. When you help someone else out, you're being charitable, okay? You could give somebody the shirt off your back, as the old adage says. You're walking down the street, somebody's shirt ripped off of them, and they're standing there and they've got a sunburn. The wind's blowing, it's raining, and you'd give them the shirt off your back. If they have a cut on their hand, you'd rip a big chunk off the shirt off your back. If they've fallen and hurt themselves and need a bandage, you'd give them that shirt off your back because you're a charitable person that helps people, right? You see somebody broken down on the side of the road, you stop and help them out because they have some type of problem and they can't change the tire. You're helping them, you're charitable. So what is bad about one single person constantly needing charity. At a point, there's a thin line between charity and crime or fraud or stealing, right? If you are lying to someone to get money from them, it is considered fraud. But if you're telling someone the truth, right, it's a crime. You're stealing their money because you are misrepresenting why you need it and using charity to pull it. So you go to somebody and say, I have to move into a new house because I'm homeless and I need a house. And they say, I'm going to give you $1,000 as long as you rent that place. You go buy a bunch of crack. You've lied to them. You've ripped them off. You've defrauded them, okay? You go give the money to a financial dominator. What's it called when they're the one that doles it out? I forget. That is you, unless you told them you're going to give their money to a financial dominator so you can have sex with them, then you lied. You defrauded them. It's a crime. It's wrong. It's fucked. Charity fraud is where you play on someone's emotions to try to get them to help you by presenting yourself as a victim when you are not, right? And because they look at you as a victim that needs help, then you say, I'm going to help you because I'm a nice person. Here's $1,000, $2,000, $3,000. That is charity fraud. You don't need the money. You're not going to get a house with it. You're going to go do something else with it. You're going to steal the money. You're going to keep it, right? What you have to manipulate a person by presenting yourself falsely as a victim or falsely presenting yourself in a situation where you aren't the one that caused it, something else did. So let's take a look at the moving fundraiser. Did they tell the truth and do the fundraiser the right way, or did they present it in a condition that would meet charity fraud? Let's break it down. He said he needed to go get a job because he needed to fix his life and got fired, and he had one in Florida. So why would you need to donate to him telling that story? Because you want him to have a job and a place to live because you feel bad for him and you want to help him out and you want him to be able to get there. Now, moving, he said, I can't move, or if they're going to charge me for my lease, I'm going to need $10,000, and duped people into thinking, okay, in this extreme instance where you are in such a position that you're not going to have a job, you're not going to have a place to live, you're not going to have anything, and you have to give this evil landlord $8,000 just to move to the job that's waiting on you, okay, the community's going to come together and give you the $10,000. Why then did he go just a couple states over and get with a woman for sex parties? Now, you can get mad at me for saying that he went there for sex parties, but literally, that is what she had him come for. One of the family members came out and said that they were mad because Sean and his girlfriend were living in filthy conditions, and they did release pictures to prove it, and destroyed this man's house. And the reason Sean moved in was because the woman's husband became paralyzed, and there is lots of proof of this, and they have not said it's a lie or denied it because it's true, and there's evidence of it. And Sean and his girlfriend then Sean went to that house and moved in and lived there with the girl in the husband's house so that he could have sex with her since he'd broken his neck and couldn't have sex anymore. That is why Sean went there, to have sex with the girl. So let's look at reality, going there to get with this girl to provide her sex because he met her on the internet and she's a financial dominator by trade. Her job is to financially dominate men. Look it up on the internet if you think I'm bullshitting, and then go to her channel and listen to her admit that she's a financial dominator. Financial dominators must have you bring them money in order for them to sex you. That is, okay, I'm showing you because you won't believe me. Somebody, can I get a mod to give me a link in the general room where I can get proof of them being, her being a financial dominator so that they can't say I'm lying about this and I can prove it to everybody. Mods, I think it's, you know where the clip is. It's either a tweet or a clip where she proves that she, yes, is a financial dominator, so I can show people why this matters. This is not shaming like they say it is. This is me explaining what he did with the fundraiser money, the $10,000 that he stole, that he didn't pay the landlord after, most likely and allegedly, splitting it with Reds and some of the people that helped him run it. And at Fight the Flat Earth was there. Maybe that's why he's defending them and putting them on his channel. Maybe he feels like he's complicit in these fundraisers and doesn't want these guys ratting him out. My mods will get it. Hold on. I need a clip or something that shows her admitting to Findom, please, at mods. Okay. These are all public things that she's put out. So her being a Findom matters because without the money, Findoms will not let you come have sex with them. Let me show you. Findom is a sexual fetish. Oh, fuck. Well, let me go ahead and censor this so I can show people. Okay, here we go. She has admitted that this is her doing an interview. She did not deny it. She straight said it's her. She is Jess, a Queen V, and let me make sure that I don't have pictures of her pop up because there are pictures in this. Okay, here we go. She's a Dom, a Findom. I think it says it at the top. What fetishes are you into and what do you don't like? Findom is my main. Findom is my main. Sean and his girlfriend drain pay pigs for fun and money. This is provable. This is what they did with the fundraiser, and I need to present reality next to what he said he was doing with the fundraiser. Findom, financial domination is her main. Okay? Got me? Also, sissy training, cock and ball torture, humiliation, and sadism. They are sadists. Sadists. Do you know what a sadist is? Sadist is a person that derives pleasure, especially sexual gratification, from humiliating or inflicting pain on other people. So Sean and his girlfriend like to humiliate others in the most extreme way they can to entertain themselves, get sexual gratification, and I can prove it to you. Okay? Now, the thing that you need to focus in here is where she says she likes to drain pay pigs for fun. Pay pigs are what financial dominators call their submissives. The relationship can often be accompanied by practices of BDSM and other things, but there are virtually no further intimacy between individuals, blah, blah, blah. Actually, let me do this. Findom explained, because there's a good article that comes up. No, this isn't it. Hold on, let me see what Urban Dictionary says. Findom is a shortened combined version of the term financial domination. Similar to femdom, which is short for female domination, it's a fetish of power exchange, and it involves the transfer of money from the submissive, Sean, to the dominator, her. As money is the ultimate representation of power in our modern society. Now, if your sexual fetish from Sean and her is to exploit money from people in ways that take it from them to show how powerful they are, to show how much above you they are. They're so powerful, they can convince you through manipulating victimhood, through manipulating your kindness and your charity. They are powerful. They are better people than you. And if they do this to get off sexually, why in the fuck would you think they wouldn't run constant fundraisers And when the fundraisers are done, sit in the background and go, damn, we're powerful, because that's what this is. She admitted this in an interview, and Sean fell in love with her and moved in with her after stealing the fundraiser money, and I have the clips to prove it. Reality versus what they said they would do. Sean said he was going to go to Florida, okay? Because a job was waiting on him, and he was victimized because he got fired from his job for being late and yelling at somebody. He's the victim by getting fired. He didn't do it to himself. That's the power. That's the power play of somebody who's into this kind of shit. They not only derive satisfaction sexually, but also by manipulating other people. They also derive power from lying to people to get their money. That is part of these fetishes. It is part of the psychology that leads somebody to accept this fetish as their main thing and then do it against people. There are people out there who get off seriously on committing crimes and taking advantage of others. We know that. It's a huge subdivision of criminal psychology and the justice system, right? We know that there are people out there that commit crimes sexually, but most crimes are a thing of power. Most of the time when someone steals from you, it is a rush or a thing of power that they're trying to get. The sexual thing that Sean and his girlfriend are involved in is the evolution of the psychology of deriving pleasure in taking money from people through victimhood presentation, through fooling them so that they can feel like they are better or above than. And because they feel like they're better than above than, and when they do it and do it and do it and steal and take and victimhood and victimhood and victimhood, eventually the wires in their brains cross and they start to gain sexual satisfaction from this. It's like a murderer who starts out punching little animals, ends up murdering them, and then becoming a serial killer that rapes the dead bodies, like Ted Bundy. Because once you start to feed those evil things that take advantage of others, your wires in your brain start crossing, and then the sexual parts get mixed in. But what matters is, this is the ultimate expression of the type of person who likes to fool. I can't talk. Fool, my mouth does not work. Fool people out of their money. It's the ultimate expression. It's the ultimate progression from people who like to steal money to end up, after doing it for a long period of time, gaining sexual satisfaction out of it. That is what Findom is. Now, reality versus why they took the money. I'm sure Reds helped take the money and provided the audience to take the money. Reds did. Because he has a linked account. Their accounts are linked up. I played the clip for you just a little bit ago. And I'm sure Fight the Flat Earth was sharing the link and doing other things for some reason that we don't know. God knows what gain he got, but we know he got a gain because Reds, Sean, and Fight are all the type of people that do this kind of shit, that are involved in this kind of shit. That's why they're such good friends. It's why they hang out. It's why they all try to pat Fight the Flat Earth on the back when he's bawling his eyes out after a flat earther embarrasses him. You're right. Busy's Rhetoric says Sean's donos have been unknowingly findomed in a surrogate way. Very true. For one final time, reality versus what he said he was going to do with the money. He fooled them into thinking that he was going to, using the job angle, using the victim angle of the job, he fooled them into thinking that he needed to go to Florida, so he would need a couple $1,000s. But he needed more than a couple $1,000s if he was going to split the money with his friends and go into a couple states over and get with the Findom he is having this internet relationship with, who he needs to pay a sum of money to accept him to have real sex with him. Because findoms typically will not have sex with somebody. They'll just send pictures. Because they use the pictures to manipulate money out of the men. It's literally what findom is. But some findoms out there admit that if a man would bring them a large sum of money constantly, they would hook up with him anyway. Whether that's what happened or not, factually speaking, he used the job in Florida and ended up moving over with her with the fundraiser money. Now, where did the fundraiser money go? Well, let's just say he didn't split it with anyone. So he's got what, $10,000 or $8,000 in his pocket after buying a $40 plane ticket. He showed his account and the plane ticket was $40. He probably victim hooded the airways into giving him a cheap ticket. He didn't need $2,000 to move. He only needed 40 fucking bucks and he didn't even realize he ratted on himself. Anyway, and he's going to say, nuh-uh, because I would have needed my stuff. Just put it in storage. You just said you paid 10 months of rent. Leave your apartment how it is and go down and move. He didn't get a job when he got there with her. Why? How do we know? Because 2 months later, a month and a half later, they did another fundraiser after he got to her house. And then about 2 months after that, he did another fundraiser. Yes, I have proof of this. I have the clips where he asked for money so that him and his findom could get their own apartment because they were living with the husband. So the fundraisers were to take care of the findom and Sean in their loving relationship that manipulates people for money using this sexual and power play role. So why wouldn't Sean just tell you the truth when he did the fundraiser? Why would he just tell you he's gonna need $10,000 to move in with a girl who wants to have sex with him because her husband broke his neck and he can't do it anymore, and he needs to move in with her and have enough money to get their own place in a couple months once the husband kicks them out for living in filthy conditions? That's reality. That's what happened. They've admitted this. They did streams. They've talked about their fundraisers are public. We know what they did once they got there. The information didn't stop. He kept streaming and asking for money once he got to the findom. How? When he didn't pay the landlord. He didn't pay the landlord. I've proven it to you. So what that means is he went to her place and either split money or didn't, and the money was gone within a couple months. $10,000. What could eat that much money in just a couple months? Hell, he could have moved into his own place. He could have got his own place with the money that he didn't give that landlord, and his donors probably wouldn't have got mad. The problem is, because they had to do more fundraisers after going to her house, it proves that the $10,000, where did it go? Where did it go? You don't need to do another fundraiser 2, 3, 4 months later. 2 fundraisers within about 4 months later. You don't need to do that if you've got $10,000. So what? Did he have the $10,000 put up because he didn't give it to the landlord and just did those other fundraisers to get more money? What? There's only 2 explanations that can explain where that money went, since Sean was public on social media lying his ass off about what he was doing to make more money 2 and 4 months later. 1, he could have bought substances like food or drugs or other things that are gone in a day that take large amounts of money to do and buy and have, and that could have drained the money. And or for $10,000 to be gone in a couple months, I personally think he had to give large sums of money to his findom so that she would give him the sex, because that's literally what the fetish means. And most likely there was also something else going on, liquor, I don't know, I don't care. I don't give a fuck what if he even does drugs. I don't. Do you ever hear me criticizing people for doing drugs on this channel? I don't. I tell you all the time, do you smoke weed? Do you drink? Do you do your thing? Well, do your thing. You are an adult and you're free. And I don't give a fuck if that's what he does. But if you are going to use fundraiser money to buy anything, you just tell the people that when they donate so they know. Do a fundraiser and say, I need to pay my FinDom to have sex with me. But he wouldn't have gotten $10 if he would have said that. It's why he lied. This is why it's fraud. This is why it's charity fraud. You never chance stealing $10,000 during a charity fraud for no reason. There's got to be a reason, because you can go to prison for that shit. I have many examples of people going to prison for long periods of time for just $2,000 and $5,000. The girl that took $5,000 got 2 years and 8 months of probation after. You see what I'm saying? So this is why charity fraud is wrong. It's why it's bad, because people have to be manipulated from their money. But this case, this situation is one of the most extreme stories on YouTube, because this lolcow did not just run these fundraisers and steal this money with his friends helping them. His friends and him allowed that community to be stolen from so that he could pay a girl to do crazy things to him. Do I need to say that again? Because it's a huge story. This is the most memeable story I've ever heard. He stole the money from the fundraiser so that he could pay a girl to do cock and ball torture, sissy training, and all that other stuff that's there. By the way, I do not care if you cock and torture your ball. If you ball your cock and... You know what I mean. I don't care if you do cock and ball torture. That's your fetish. That's your kink. Go do you, boo-boo. Don't tell me about it. I don't care if you do sissy training. I don't care if you do sadism. You do what you want to do. You're a free human being. If you're not hurting other people, I respect your right to do what you do. If you're not hurting other people, and these fundraisers are hurting other people. They're lying to them to take their money. I can barely read the chat tonight. My eyes fucking with me. This is going to be one of my best videos because it's one of the most extreme stories that I get to tell you that is a true crowdsourced criminal story. There's no fantasy in it. There's no bullshit in it. He slipped up and let this shit out on the internet. How? Because the husband came out and told the story after they left, and he found out what they were doing in his house. Because he was stuck in a bed upstairs or in another room, and they were living in this other part of the house. And he told the story. I haven't even come out and fully explained it. I haven't even fully exposed him. I have only told you the data that relates to the fundraiser out of the respect of the people involved. Because they don't deserve any respect. The husband does. The husband doesn't give two fucks if we blast all this information. So nobody better talk shit about it. They did this. This is their life. They're on the internet, Craig, Reds, FTFE, or Hufflepeg, telling people, and he can't get mad at me for calling him Hufflepeg. It's not making fun of one of his fucking, what do you call it? Kinks. It's just describing him. But they're not on the internet. They're on the internet. They are on the internet convincing creators like WOLFIE620 and others that they are ethical and the most honorable and the most good charitable people, while they're in the background lying to their audience to get a power kink off of it so that they can go pay FinDoms to Fin-dominate them, sissy-dominate them, and all these other things. And I have no idea why Fight the Flat Earth and Red's Rhetoric are okay with this happening to their donators, but they are literally lying so that Sean can do this, which tells me they most likely have something like that going on in the background too, but that's up to you. I will be presenting my argument on my channel for this. Personally, I don't know how anyone can look at this story and think anything else than they did this for the money for the FinDom. That is just my opinion of what happened, logically looking at the conditions of this story, okay? It is an extreme story. It is. It's one of the most extreme stories out there. But a year ago, I told you these guys were the craziest lolcows that exist on the internet. Just by looking at their old clips and how triggered they would get and how publicly triggered, how publicly they would allow their triggering to be displayed, I knew that they were giant lolcows, and insane shit would come out about these guys because you just can't be that crazy. You can't be that much of that without that being the case. You get what I'm saying? So, imagine my fucking shock when it wasn't Steb, who I thought it would be, even though he does have some stories that do kind of go in line with this that he's told on his streams. Like how he liked sitting back in a corner and watching Sweet Heathen have sex with 6 people in an atheist convention. And yes, that is a clip that exists. It's not shaming. He has that on his channel right now, drunk in a late night stream. I just saw it like a month ago when somebody showed it to me. It's crazy, or it was a couple months ago, but it's crazy that it's there and he didn't take it down knowing that people would laugh at him for saying that kind of shit on his channel and make fun of him. But he did it. He publicly put it out. Therefore, we're allowed to laugh at it if we want, if we find it funny. Yes, negative. It is best to keep your Twitter private because these kind of soy boys, because they cannot function and they have these issues in real life, they take it out on the internet. That's what they do. They take it out on people on the internet because they can't do it in real life. It's a big imaginary thing for them. So they'll go as far as they can. They think if they threaten you enough that you're like them. See, when they get threatened, when they get in arguments with people on the internet, I can't tell you how many of Craig's friends have told other people that they can't stand being around him after debates and when he's alone off the air because he cries like a baby about every comment. And no shit, he goes, but there are many creators that know that Craig goes batshit crazy because of his comments section. He argues, he gets hurt. He literally has, and this is not me talking, this is other creators, tears that pour down his face while bitching about the flat earthers who give him shit on the internet. So if there's any flat earthers out there that give him shit, lay off of him. He's really affected by it. And I'm being serious. I'm not the kind of guy who thinks that these guys should be any more than laughed at. You should just laugh at them. You're allowed to. That's one form of criticism against these guys, is to laugh at the extreme things they do to embarrass themselves on the internet due to how they can't control themselves. They act like children. So adults look at these adults acting like this and laugh their fucking asses off. They find it funny. That's what cringe content is. That's what cringe is. That's why cringe is behind a large amount of viral videos and popular compilations. Because, and sorry, I don't have function of the left side of my face, so I slobber when I talk. It's why I wasn't live streaming for a while. Anyway, though, medical condition. It sucks being disabled. Though, why wouldn't he just tell you the truth? Him and Redson fight should have been sitting on that stream. Where's it? I got it over here somewhere. Reds and Sean and fight should have been sitting on that stream, and Sean should have been saying, guys, I want to have sex with a woman. I don't have any women to have sex with here, and I found one on the internet that will have sex with me. If I send her money, she sends me pictures. It's called Findom. I'm not shaming. I'm describing her job, her kink that she does interviews for, literally to companies. That interview that I showed you is her being interviewed by a company about her sexual job, okay? So no shame, no insults, accurately describing it. If you want to, it's public. You can look at it if you want to look at it. Anyway, by the way, she's got videos on there too. What happened? Sorry, I had a flashback. I swear to God, I don't know what I said like 10 seconds ago, but I was just staring over there, and in my head I could hear, Rick, Dominus! 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 I was just sitting here doing this, like seeing like legions of demons marching out of hell and hear, Red Dolls, Dominus! like angelic music playing. So I'm sorry that I zoned out for a minute, but I was having some kind of flashback. Anyway, oh, that's all right. I remember. She has videos on the page. Okay, I'm not going to do it again. Anyway, my point is that Fight the Flat Earth, Sean, and Red's Rhetoric, that's why we call him Soybean Reds, because him and his friends are all into all these findom things and sadism things. And why is it that it has to be an internet tough guy who goes around threatening people, goes around getting pissy and fighting and acting like they're big and tough towards flat earthers? Why does it have to be that kind of person that is into getting off on other people's pain? Sadism. I couldn't believe I read sadism underneath that. I couldn't believe it. Because sadism literally means she gets off on hurting other people. It's not pseudo-sadism. It's not, what's it called when you do it to yourself? It's something sadism. It's not that. Sadism is getting off on hurting others. That is why they can take money from others by lying to them, because they like hurting others. That's why they dox people and harass people and act like internet tough guys on the internet. They're sadists. Anyway. So, Sean, Fight, and Reds, and this is all sourceable. It's all provable. When I talked about this on Periscope, Cy Strikeling, which is his girlfriend, did a video admitting that she is a findom and that she did this interview where she calls the people who give her money pay pigs. Why would Sean fall in love with a woman who calls people that she gets from pay pigs and get with her if he doesn't support that and emulate and do that thing too? He loves that about her. He has said he loves everything about her. There are clips where Sean says he loves everything about her. Okay, then, you love that she thinks that people who give her charity money are pay pigs. Now listen to this insanity. She's a live streamer. She streams live on Cy Strike's channel. Cy Strike, who passed away. She streams live on his channel and takes donations from the viewers. Let that sink in. Have any of you guys ever donated to her, by the way? So, how does this all relate? Because he should have gotten up there and said, this girl that I found, I'm not having sex where I am. No one will have sex with me. This girl will do it, but she is a findom, and she's a sadist, and she calls the people who give her charity money pay pigs and drains them of their money because they're pigs that deserve it, because she likes getting off on doing these things to people. These are her words, not mine. So Sean should have told you that. He then should have said, I need $2,000 to move because I don't have a job there. My job is going to be having sex with a woman whose husband broke his neck and he can't give her sex anymore. So I'm going to get to stay there for free while I bone her as long as I have money to take her, because she, due to her kink, does not do people who don't bring her large sums of money. Then Fight the Flat Earth should have jumped in over here and said, hey guys, do you want to donate to Sean going to have sex with a woman and lay around in a house and not clean? Because that's something the husband kicked him out for and publicly talked about it on social media. So why not fucking talk about it here? Since they want to lie about me and attack me, I can at least be honest about what's going on with them. And Fight should have said, if you want to bail Sean out of losing his job and pay for him to go have sex with somebody for a couple months, donate to our fundraiser. Be honest when you do your fundraisers, Fight. Be honest in the side chat, Fight. Tell them this money is to get Sean to a girl to have sex with who dominates men financially with her kink, with her sex, with her job. No shame, accurate representation, accurate live chat, and an accurate fundraiser. Then Red's Rhetoric could have popped in and said, yeah, you know how much I like these kind of strange kinks that involve hurting other people like sadism and draining other people from their money. Red's Rhetoric is supporting a man and a woman and helping a man get to a woman. Red's Rhetoric, Mr. Charity Fundraiser, is trying to run a fundraiser to get this man to this financially dominator woman that considers pay pigs. And Reds knows all of this. Reds said this in response to my presentation on it. He said, I know Sean spent that money ethically and morally. No shit you think that, Reds, because you think it's ethical and moral to take people's money and drain them as pay pigs, and it's why you support these people. It's why you run all these fundraisers into your fucking account. And it's gonna make one of the biggest, craziest, most awesome lolcow stories the internet has ever seen once the YouTubers get done making videos on it. It takes time when you do real video work, Reds. Don't worry, it's coming. I know that the story seems completely extreme. I know it seems completely extreme. I couldn't believe my fucking eyes. I couldn't believe it. I could not fucking believe that this was true when I found this out until I saw Sean's streams. And then to find out that Cy Strikeling went live on not Cy Strike's channel. She'll only do that when she's trying to get those big donos. She went live on her channel, which is much smaller, called Cy Strikeling, and literally didn't call me a liar. She said that she was a findom, and she does do this, but she's never made more than $5 or $10 doing it. Of course you didn't, Cy Strikeling. Not until Sean showed up. But you guys won't tell the truth about what you made out of Sean showing up, because I think the reason you won't tell the truth about it is because you know he can't do fundraisers in the future if anyone finds out about this. And I come out as a YouTuber responding to your public fundraisers and tell people provably and factually, sourced to evidence, that this happened. Oh no, hold on. Oh, hold on. I just got my CBD in me. Now I got to get my nicotine in me. I come out with the full sources and prove that this happened. And what does Sean do to respond? Does he come back and say, Uni's lying on me? Does he come back and say, that interview isn't real? No, because she's already admitted the interview's real. Does he come back and say, I didn't go to her house after that fundraiser. I went somewhere else, spent the fundraiser money and went there? No, because he hasn't said anything. He has not even proclaimed his innocence. He hasn't even come out to say that he is innocent of not paying the landlord. Reds only said that he knows that Sean spent the money in an ethical way. He's not come out and said that Sean paid the landlord, thus didn't con the fundraiser. Reds hasn't done that. He can't because of the evidence. So what does he do? He neglects to tell his audience about the evidence. He neglects to tell his audience about the eviction and how Sean didn't pay the landlord, but he will tell the audience that Reds is absolutely sure that Sean spent the money in an ethical way because he's a pathological liar. Reds and Sean, Sly and Fight the Flat Earth, are pathological liars. Oh, I'll be good. Give me like 10 minutes and I'm taking a break and going to live chat. Give me 10 minutes. Thank you for your concern. I love you. If I didn't have my medical flare-ups, I could go for fucking 20 hours and never stop. Sometimes you got to when you do live streams because you have a wave of different people coming in and out and you got to give them information. Okay. Where did I stop at? I told you they should have told the truth about what they needed the money for. Told the truth that it wasn't for a job, that it was for him to have sex with a woman because he wasn't getting sex where he was at. Told the truth that he needed transportation to the woman, and in order to be with the Findom, you have to take them large sums of money or they won't let you come be with them. Literally look it up because that's what it says. I'm not even just adding that in. That is what it fucking says. And that after he finishes the fundraiser, he's not going to pay the landlord. He's going to run off with the keys, leaving the door locked and a big mess for the landlord so that the landlord has to evict him to get someone else in. He's not going to work with the landlord so that the landlord can only have him pay a week or 2 weeks of rent out of his deposit, so he didn't even need. He had a deposit. Here's the last thing I'm going to say. This is what he should have told his audience. Fight, Reds, and Sean should have told their audience this. Sean only had to give that landlord a couple months of back rent in order to not be evicted. The truth is, he had to pay a month or two of back rent, and then that landlord wouldn't have evicted him. So out of this large sum of money that they took from the audience, he could have went to the landlord, given them, what did he say his rent was? $750. So $1,500, landlord. Here's the keys. I cleaned the house. See you later. And never would have gotten evicted. We never would have found out about this. We never would be able to prove it to you because we wouldn't have the eviction. But he was so greedy that out of the $8,000 to $20,000 that he most likely got from that fundraiser, because he's never proven what he got from that fundraiser ever. It's only his words to claim it. We know that at the bare minimum, he said $8,000. But I believe he got well over $10,000, and he still couldn't go give that landlord a couple months of rent, the back rent, not future rent, and call the landlord and let him know when he needed to move ahead of time a month or two so that the landlord could even give Sean back his deposit. Sean thought that his deposit would clear up any issues, but because he took the fuck off and left a bunch of shit there, he got evicted anyway. And we now know the truth that he didn't pay the landlord. That money could not have been spent. That money should have lasted even a drug addict that's really strung out like 3 months. $10,000 should have lasted him getting blasted every day 3 months if that's what they were doing. So he obviously didn't spend the money on drugs because he ran out 2 to 3 months later and did another fundraiser. He would still have money left after a couple months if he was doing drugs with $10,000. Though I could just be naive to how much money people spend on those kind of drugs if that's what he would do. So we can take drugs off the table. Maybe he went and partied a little bit. We'll take drugs off the table. Who knows what he did? But I do know this. He did get with the financial dominator. He did get financially dominated because she still admits that she's into it and all that shit in her video she did. And then the money disappeared. We don't know what he did with it. We don't care. It doesn't matter. The only thing we need to be able to do is give a loose description of what reality was so that the donators can compare the loose description of reality with what they said they were doing with the fundraiser money so that the donators can then ask themselves this question. Were they specific and honest with you when they told you what they needed the money for? And if they were not specific and honest, did they give the money back? Because if they did those things, if they did not meet those criteria of being specific and honest and then giving the money back, if they don't do that, then it is a very serious thing. It is a very serious thing. Now, you know what these donators wanted? The people that I call dono bros? Not only, I said that I was going to shut up and move on to the live chat after I said that last piece. That all he had to do out of all that money was pay like $1,500 to not get evicted. And then he could have put his con on and never anyone would have known. But here's the kicker. The dono bros didn't want him to go to jail. The dono bros didn't want Red's Rhetoric investigated to go to jail. See, some of the dono bros want fight too, but... and they're working on it, filing reports on him for shit that he's done. But when Reds and Sean did another 10, 20, 30 fundraisers when they promised that they would never stop doing fundraisers the way they do. And when the Dono Bros realized that the only way they were going to get their friends to not be ripped off by these people, because they would not start just using GoFundMe properly while they do their fundraisers, the Dono Bros knew that they needed to start the investigation and actually get this resolved, because they still claim, Reds and Sean, that against all the evidence out there, that they did not rip off their community, they did nothing wrong, and that they were ethical and honest and did what they said they were going to do with the money. Even though they won't prove it, they literally will not prove it. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Why would they just not take a few minutes and prove it to the community so that this would go away? Why do they want to waste the police's time trying to come in and do an investigation and fucking, physically go through every one of these fundraisers and check them for if they were fraudulent or not? Why do they want that mess in their lives? You tell me right now in the chat. Why? If it would take minutes to prove to people that they didn't rip them off like they claim with no evidence, and then they go underground and ignore everybody and have their friends attack everybody like Chest Hair and AT Pro Doxin and others threatening doxing just a few days ago. In the live chat, can I please get in the general room? AT Pro Doxin's and his buddy threatening me. Does anyone want to get me a link to that, please? Let me tag the moderation. Can I get AT2 and his buddy threatening me again the other night, please? Because yes, this is the second time that they have threatened me and negative. And I'll play it for you. Just give me a second. Why would they not just come out, prove it, so that the Dono Bros, the original donators, can just forget about this mess and move on? Why? Because they can't. Because there's a reason why they funneled every fundraiser into their own account when they should have given it to the benefactor. There's a reason why they won't fucking, run future fundraisers the way everyone else does, where the money goes into GoFundMe and then goes to the benefactor. And the only excuse that it can possibly be, it's not just Occam's razor, it's the only thing. There's only one reason that you put the fundraiser money into your account when it doesn't have to go there. It actually complicates each of these fundraisers, other than just a couple, for them to put the fundraiser money into their own account. It complicates it. It adds steps. It's adding them work to take the money into their account, and then they're denying to do the accounting that was given away when they made this decision. Because if they would have used GoFundMe instead of funneling GoFundMe into their own account, then it would provably have done the accounting automatically. And there's no way they could have done anything wrong. They chose to ignore the process that would do this automatically, to funnel it into their account for one reason. One. The only thing it could have been for. So that they could keep the motherfucking cheddar, y'all. Menace, if you want to run Tarkov, or any of you guys want to run Tarkov, let me know, okay? Jump in the staging room if you're in Discord. Let me know in the chat if you're not. We'll let you in. I want you with us. Trio, you want to run? Let's go, bro. Anyway, so at the end of the day here, oh, sweet, bro. Yeah. Yeah. At the end of the day, what really matters is that this isn't me being a dick. Okay. I eventually, if let's say these guys kept fundraiser money and they go to jail, most likely I can at least, once that happened, get some of the dono bros to use a voice masker and do an interview with me, maybe even live. Okay. And they can actually show some of their evidence and they can talk about it as long as these guys aren't able to keep harassing them. And the only reason these guys, you got to be a soy boy and an internet tough guy to harass people like this through the internet. You do. But the point is, the only reason that it still doesn't mean that they should target their donators and do this to them. If somebody donates money to you, you know, and then all of a sudden they disagree with you on something and don't want to be a member anymore, don't want to watch you anymore, why is that a slight to you? Why is that something wrong to you, right? That just is their option. You should be thankful that they donated to you anyway, for any reason, and then respect that they want to go do something else. And most likely they'll come back. Usually when I have a person who takes off for a while, they come back, you know, later when I'm doing something that interests them. And I understand that. I'm not going to do the same thing all the time. Even if it makes me money to be in a certain subject, I'm going to move away from it when I feel like it because I get bored. I got to make myself happy just as much as I want to make you guys happy with my content if you want to watch my content. But for these guys to do that to their donators, it shows that they aren't responsible enough. They don't care about the safety and the respect to the people that donate money to them online to not harass them if they piss them off. And that's the danger of supporting an internet tough guy. And this is why they attack me. I should be able to sit here, and as long as I'm accurately representing what they have publicly done and discussing it, they should not hate me for it. They did this. This is the most suspect thing I've ever seen on the internet, y'all. Tell me it's not. You tell me this is not the most suspect thing you've ever seen on the fucking internet. Tell me it's not, dude. These fundraisers, they are the most suspect motherfucker. They are the most sus shit I ever saw on the internet. And any creator that just looks at the proof that's there and hears these guys tell these stories and do these streams and put out these tweets and watches them do it, any creator is going to say, I got to cover this fucking story. This is insanity. The problem is, it's not a story of the past. The problem is, it is a current story where they are still trying to do this to people. And because their community is too cowardly, because their community is too concerned about their own subscriber count or their own wallet, they will not stand up and call these guys out because they know they have members of their channel who watch them. And those people who watch them either know about this and don't care if they steal from people and get off by taking people's money sexually and from a power play concept. Look, I will never support Cy Strikeling while she's into taking people's money in this way because I don't agree with it. If I meet another YouTuber and they tell me that they get off on taking people's money under false conditions, I'm not going to keep supporting them, okay? You could have asked me that 4 years ago and I would have said that. The best way to describe it is the misappropriation of GoFundMe funds for personal gains rather than the actual stated reasons. Yes, creating victimhood to have a personal gain. And that is just wrong. It's wrong to create victimhood that's not true so that you can get a gain and you can get yourself your sex or you can get your personal things that you want. You should be able to get that by having a job, by making good life decisions. And if you are in a position where you are fucked like that and you do need help, then do a fundraiser. I have nothing fucking against it. I have shared and supported certain fundraisers in the past to a minimal degree. And you know I shared Kyle's fundraiser here just so that he could get a lawyer because everyone deserves a lawyer. And I explained that when I presented it to you. I do believe people deserve lawyers and they're too fucking expensive. You know? Anyway, so my point is that this is the most suspect thing ever. If you ask anybody to look at this story who has no clue what's going on, they're going to come to the same conclusions that I'm coming to. Only if you have a personal connection to these people, only if you have a vested gain or interest from them or are involved in their fundraisers with them, will anyone defend them on sock accounts and on their accounts. Only in that situation. The audience that watches them stops watching them when they hear about what they've done. And this is why Fight the Flat Earth fights so hard to hide what he's done. It's why Reds fights so hard to hide it, because he's losing donators, viewers, and supporters every time people see this. So, you know, maybe some other YouTubers would get up here and talk about it, because that means that the viewership is being purposely fucking lied to by these guys so that they don't find out the truth about what they did with their following. This is on his fucking channel. He's still lying about it to this day. He is still lying about it. He is still trying to keep the evidence from his audience. That's not right. If he can do it, why can't he tell them? If he can ask them for $10,000, why can't he tell them? Why is he trying to attack me for talking about it? He thought we should be able to criticize other people without them threatening to dox us and attack us and lie about us. That is his words. But he's a pathological liar, because typically most sadists are. You got to be a psycho to be a sadist. A sadist is someone who enjoys inflicting pain on others. A findom is someone who enjoys having a power complex over others through money. It's about the closest thing you can get to slavery that's out there, in my opinion. Because you have to get a person that's willing to give up all their power to you while giving you their money. It's about the closest fucking thing out there that they can get away with to that. Because why? That money represents the time that this person, your time at work becomes your money. And if someone is trying to exploit you for your time, especially with a sexual side to it, in my opinion, in a misrepresentative way, not in a real way, not like, yo, you want to fuck me for $100? Sure, that's called prostitution. It doesn't fit this category. When they're trying to dominate you through a power structure while they drain your money from you, call you a pay pig, call you a coward, call you a sissy, or whatever the fuck she was talking about in her interview, that, in my opinion, is fucked. I don't support it. You can. I'm not going to stop you. It's on you. But the people watching them would not give money to pay for someone to do this. They would expect you to fucking work a job, maybe make some YouTube content, maybe actually do something on the platform, earn some donations, then go do your findom, then go do your thing, then engage in sadism where you like to hurt other people, then do it. You see where I'm coming from? Looks like Menace wants to play Tarkov with me, and I want to play Tarkov with him. Also, Menace, I think, watched Charlotte's video, so maybe I'll just talk to him about Charlotte's opinion, and then we'll watch Charlotte's video tomorrow. Maybe we won't mix these topics up. I don't know. I might. If I stay up late enough, I'll watch some of Charlotte's video. But before I game with Menace, so Menace, I'll only be maybe 10 minutes or less, because I'm just going to pull the live chat, see what they got to say about what I've presented, and then I'm going to load up Tarkov right after that, and I'm going to do some rounds. I know it's late, but you know what? I think Tarkov's kind of fun later at night. It seems a little easier. Like, most people are easier to kill late at night. Maybe it's because they're tired. I don't fucking know, but I get more kills on PMCs late. And I want to kill some PMCs, bro. I want to kill them PMCs. Let me know what you think in the live chat. Let me know if you think look, tell me out there right now, y'all. You type it in that chat and be honest with me. Do you think that what they're doing is okay? Do you think that what they're doing is all right? Do you think that they should not have to tell their audience the truth when asking for $10,000 and literally getting it? Do you think they should be able to lie to their audience so that they can pay for their sex time with the audience's money while the audience thinks they're paying for him to get a job, get a house, and pay his landlord? Isn't that fucked up? Shouldn't he fix that? He calls himself ethical. Silverfish says that Sean is one of the most ethical guys on the internet. Red says that about himself and Sean in Fight, and Fight says that about Sean and Reds too. They put on the act that they're the most ethical people out there because they feel guilty about what they do to people. There's a guilt in the back of their mind, and they have to compensate for that guilt and how they hurt people, how they are sadistic towards people, and doxy and getting mad and all this, and they compensate for it by pretending to everybody as if that they are ethical and moral and honest on the internet. It fulfills their inner displacement. You know, it makes them have that pseudo solving of the problem of their, you know, I need to expand this. That's what I need to do. I don't want my arm to be cut off. I need to expand this shit. Oh, no, damn it. You tell me in the chat, man, if you think I'm off base on my opinion on this, tell me the truth. I don't give a fuck if you guys criticize me, and you know it. You guys criticize me all the fucking time, and I don't kick you out of here or anything. Hook me up. Tell me what the fuck you think about this. Because, man, I think that I'm on point. I think these guys are fucked, bro. I think that they're fucking liars. I think they're manipulators. I think they're sadists. I think they fucking manipulate their donators so they can pay for their sex and shit. And I think Red supports it because he thinks the same way Sean and his girlfriend think about their donators. It is literally, how else do you describe it? Look, if you're going to have some kind of thing, kink, and you're not going to tell me about it because it's your kink and you're not going to say it, I'm not going to judge you. But if I find out you're lying to your fucking audience so that you can go bone people, you're not going to fucking hate me for telling them as long as it's true, man. And that's what they're doing. They hate that a YouTuber that they buddied up to and tried to get to report on what they wanted is willing to talk about this. Well, you should have never came to me. You should have never did these public things and then came to me asking me to cover shit, asking to come on my show, asking me to do this and that, because you don't get to dictate what I cover. As long as it's public, as long as I'm not doing anything wrong, I'm allowed to cover these topics. You are the best topic that exists for any fucking YouTuber. And I hope to God a few YouTubers that cover internet culture cover this story, because it's one of the biggest internet culture stories that you guys stole this much fucking money, misappropriated this much money, and lied and attacked people for criticizing you for it. You did this to yourself, and now you've earned your crown as the Lolcow Kings. All right, let's see what you guys got. I'm just giving you time to type. Guys go to these doms to be dominated. They want it. Yes. And that's fine. I don't care if people are doms or submissives. I don't care if you like whip each other. I don't even care if you peg. I was only making fun of him because he's very judgmental toward him. And okay, here's the peg joke. Sean and Reds are very homophobic. They have a lot of homophobic content out there, and they have said some of the most homophobic things I've ever heard on the internet towards Kyle Curtis. While doing that, they have been exposed for having a fetish of pegging. It's why people give him shit for it. It's not to kink shame him. I don't give a fuck who you peg. Peg yourself, peg, well, I was going to say peg your mom, but I would give a fuck if you were doing that. That's incest. That's fucked up. Peg your friend, peg your girl, peg whoever gives you permission. I don't mind. Go ahead. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to be with my girl. We don't do the pegging thing. So no, but you doing it, that's all good. But if you're going to go around insulting someone with some of the most homophobic clips I've ever seen, yet have this fetish, I'm going to call you Hufflepeg, the peg-legged pirate. When your girlfriend covers a dog in shit and lets it stay in that cage for weeks, covered in its own shit, till it's caked against the walls, I'm going to call you the shit queen with the peg built in. It's just a little silly way to handle the fucked up shit you're doing in a comedic way, so that when I talk about it, I don't fucking, you know, look at you like you're, you know, say worse things, like, you know, it puts you down. Negative has a video. He's going to put it out, but he's going to put it out on his own time and his own terms. This is what he told me. If I'm wrong, Negative, you can correct me in the chat. And he's not going to give them the power of trying to control him and how he does it. He's going to put it out when he wants to, and I agree with him. I think it's great. Jimmy says they are the scum of the earth. There's nothing more to it. You've only got to listen to them speak for a while. Exactly. And the problem is, when they speak this way, Reds deletes it. Now, you ever hear how many videos Red's Rhetoric has deleted? Real quick. He's deleted so many of his streams. He's probably got 1,000 deleted videos. And a lot of them have been saved and archived. And when somebody says, you said really homophobic stuff towards Kyle, he says, no, I didn't. Uni's a liar. When somebody says, you guys admitted that you were into this Findom shit over on this stream or that one. No, we didn't. Uni's a liar. Because as soon as he finishes a stream where they get triggered and say a bunch of dumb shit, he deletes it. It is why when he does a fundraiser stream, he deletes it. Luckily, we have these. He deletes it and then tries to tell people that the people who say, I heard you say that, are liars. And when those people don't have a clip because they say, go look on his channel and it's not there, then the people that Reds is lying to believe him. And he creates these fucking lies over a period of time to lazy people who won't fact check anything and won't listen to others and just buy his bullshit to a point where he gets to get away with some of this stuff with some of his inner circle. Now, the new information has decimated a lot of his inner circle, and that's why he's been really quiet. It's why he's trying to buddy up to Wolfie. It's why Fight the Flat Earth is trying to buddy up to Wolfie. It's why they're trying to buddy up to smaller creators. They are so desperate to replace their donators and replace the lost revenue, they're trying to buddy up to other creators and get more subscribers. And there's other desperate people out there that are on that panel that are beavers that are racist that are trying to do the same thing due to the fact that he has to take their scraps now that Fight demoted him from co-host. Yo, go fuck with Uni and I'll give you a co-host spot on FTFE, and then demoted him and put Reds in his place, and now the beaver's stuck trying to grab any scrap that he can, and they're obligated to have him on every once in a while they shit talk him in the background. He made the wrong choice, and now he can sleep in his bed. And I'm perfectly fine with it. You should just be honest about what the money is for, said D Nice. But they can't. If they were, they might not even get $10 if they tell people that that's what they're doing with the money. And that is why it is illegal to host a charity, lie to people about what you're doing with the money, and then take the money. It's illegal. That's why. Because if you do lie, if you tell people that you're a cancer organization that's healing kids from cancer, and then you steal the money, you are going to go to jail. You're going to get in trouble. It is the same thing as telling people that you're in this victimhood situation and you have a job waiting on you that you're going to lose if you don't have $10,000, and then you take the money and go to Sexville. It's fucked up. It's wrong. Red's tough guy Rhetoric has even made racist comments, if I recall. Racist comments, homophobic comments, deletes them all, and then tells people that Uni's a liar and everyone else is a liar. And I don't give a fuck. If he did it, and I have the clips, and I'm shown the clips, then he can call me a liar all he wants. It just shows people more and more that he's a liar. He doesn't realize that it takes time for people to see my streams. It takes time for people to hear about it from other people. And he thinks, yeah, there's not going to be any effect from this. Motherfucker, you're feeling the effect right now just from the fucking last couple months. You're feeling the effect just since Bull's fundraiser, and I haven't even gotten to Bull's fundraiser. I haven't even gotten to Ilya Moon. The moon, oh, the moon, Ilya Moon. I haven't even gotten to the Ilya Moon. I haven't gotten to the Marvel Girl. The Marvel that is the Marvel Girl. I haven't even gotten to Ansgar. Ansgar Odinson, the tough guy on the internet. Yeah, that wears the weird hat. Haven't even gotten to it. Carl says, it's unrelated, but before I go, I came across a video. A channel named Manda Pants has been apparently getting brigaded by KJP and friends for another day. Well, I'll have to take a look at it. I've heard the name Manda Pants before. Oh, maybe I heard KJP say it once. That's right, R-Top. All right, I don't want to make Menace wait on me. I'm pulling Menace in now. I should have just went ahead and pulled Menace in a little bit ago, but I don't know why I didn't. I should have pulled you in while I was doing the comments, Menace. I didn't even think about it. My bad, bro. I'm stupid. What's up, buddy? Good to have you. Good to see you.
Gonna kill some PMCs tonight or what?
Oh, let's go, dude. I'm ready. I'm ready. I love doing this on the stream because, you know, we get to do all these runs and collect all this money. We ought to pull out all the stops, you know what I'm saying? We ought to grab the best gear and go in and do some fuck some shit up. Do some fucked up shit, bro. We need to start Tarkov earlier. Let's do during the day, do stream or something. I don't know.
What are you thinking for a map?
Whatever you want, man. If you want me to pick, just let me know. But if you have a map, I'm down on any. I don't care if it's woods or factory. I'll go labs with you. I only know where like one exit is on labs though.
Are we going balls to the wall?
Oh, I'm getting fully equipped. Yep. And you're welcome to come in with a pistol or fully up. You should come in fully up, man. Get the Vulcans out. You know, you got multiple, right?
Yeah, I've got so much gear I've been saving up here. So why don't you let me bring you in one of these Gen 5 harnesses and a helmet?
All right, I'm down, bro. Insure it, so if I lose it, you get it back because it's worth it.
Anime bitch. My daddy said trust no man but your brothers and never leave your day ones in the gutter. My daddy said treat young girls like your mother. My mama said trust no hoe, use a rubber. I'ma act 1, 2, stop the track, bring it back. See, Ricky said never let nobody get the one up on you. If they run up on you, hit them with a 1, 2 or a bitch slap. Leave the cul-de-sac, your brother's gonna have your back regardless. And stick with your day one homies that was here before you started. And fear no man but the man above your head. Pray before you go to bed, everything my mama said. First day walking, now they hopping. All on the way cause they see me popping. Big large pockets. Start flocking. Here's what I say when they ass keep knocking. My daddy said trust no man but your brothers and never leave your day ones in the gutter. My daddy said treat young girls like your mother. My mama said trust no hoe, use a rubber. My daddy said trust no man but your brothers and never leave your day ones in the gutter. My daddy said treat young girls like your mother. My mama said trust no hoe. Daddy ain't shit, and I've been making waves way before nostalgic. That was back in Carol City, yeah, when I was just a chick with the all black.